Everyone, welcome to estimates for Wednesday the 17th of June. Welcome to the Attorney General's Department. Just a reminder for everybody to put your phones on silent if you have one in here. I reminded myself because I did it yesterday. I welcome you, Attorney General, and invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you today.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee. Today with me I have Leonique Short, the Acting Chief Executive Officer. I have Brett Roach, the Senior Director of Business and Enabling Services. I also have Erin McCauley, Acting Deputy Chief Executive Officer, and Thomas Winter, Executive Director of Legal Services.
Thank you, Attorney General. I invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 20 minutes. I will then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole of government budget and fiscal strategy related questions before moving on to output specific questions. I will invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on the line of questioning pursued by a Shadow Minister rather than waiting for the end of the Shadow's questioning on the output. Attorney General, do you wish to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Attorney General's Department? If you do, I will give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to answer any questions and go straight to the outputs.
Thank you. So the committee will now consider estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2026-27 as they relate to the Attorney General's Department. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies?
Happy for output 1.1, please.
Outputs. No other questions? That concludes consideration of agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. The committee will now consider Output Group 1, Legal Services, Output 1.1, Solicitor for the Northern Territory. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Shadow Minister.
Thank you. Attorney General, how many matters has the Department of Attorney Generals outsourced or briefed to an external counsel, and how many whole of government have been outsourced?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for Gwadja. In the reporting period, 92% of outsourced matters went to local firms under the NT-LSL, which is the NT Legal Services list. More matters were outsourced to local firms compared to 24-25, which is an increase of 42 matters, from 422 in 2024-25 to 464 in 25-26. Law firms on the NT Legal Services list grew from 46 in 2024-25 to 48 in 25-26, providing government with more options for private legal advice.
Thank you, Attorney General. What was the value of that outsourcing?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I do have with me the answers to the written questions that were submitted about the total dollars that were paid to vendors, and I also have the list of them for the reporting period, the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026. The Attorney General's Department legal fees were $1,263,907.49. Would you like me to go through each of the firms?
Yes, please.
Alice Springs Family Law, $32,610. Christopher McGorry of Forbes Chambers, $9,900. Clayton Utes Darwin, $87,580. Darwin IT Support, $33,000. David Alexander McGlure, $5,000. Duggan Family Lawyers, $600. Fiona Keppert, $50,000. Foley's List Proprietary Limited, $29,920. Giles O'Brien Harcher, $27,272.73. Helena Blundell Barrister at Law, $2,800. Hubber Legal, $6,000. Isles Selly, $40,671.24. James Maxwell Lowry, $6,660. Jonathan Martin Bortoli, $5,250. Joshua Ingrams, $13,800. Jude Lawyers, $41,870. K.E. Roussos and Associates, Barristers and Solicitors, $2,000. KG Lawyers and Migration Consultants, $1,000. Lisa Papadinas, $1,600. Maria Waltz Legal, $73,700. Mary Chalmers Barrister, $64,000. Maya Gavin, $3,150. Nicholas Goodfellow, $25,209.09. Nicholas Pappas QC, $9,013.64. Parnell's Barristers Proprietary Limited, $11,209.09. Patterson Commercial Services Proprietary Limited, $8,000. Paul Howard Crean, $48,450. Paul Morgan, $28,000. Peggy Dwyer, $77,765.59. Piper Alderman, $25,160.50. Povey Stirk Lawyers and Notaries, $5,368. Sandra Wendland, $22,000. Simon Lippert, $500. Territory Criminal Lawyers Proprietary Limited, $6,000. Thomas Andrew Besanko, $28,025. And YPOL Lawyers Proprietary Limited, $430,876.61. There are other agencies that also have services from the Legal Services Unit, but of course you'd have to ask that agency for that information, Member for Gwadja.
Sure, thank you. That's all on 1.1, thank
No
you.
more. No more. Are there any other questions on Output Group 1.1, Solicitor for the Northern Territory? No. That concludes consideration of Output 1.1. The committee will now move on to Output 1.2, which is Solicitor General. Are there any questions?
No.
No. No other questions? No other questions. That concludes consideration of Output 1.2. I will now call for questions on Output 1.3, Crime Victim Services. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, Victims of Crime NT ran a 2-year pilot intensive case management service to support victims of family violence and support engagement with the criminal justice system. Minister, yesterday Victims of Crime NT announced they're closing their office in Alice Springs, including service provision to Tennant Creek. Why have they had to close their Alice Springs office, and what's the department doing to fill that gap?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I just want to start by saying that the work of Victims of Crime NT has been incredibly important, and we value the work they've done. As many Territorians would know, their services over many years had become quite crucial, and the work that they were doing was very labour intensive. The number of cases and victims they were dealing with over a number of years under the former government was extraordinary, and I thank them for that work. And I remember them each year being underfunded and having to come back to government at that time under Labor to ask for more funding for it to be increased to ensure that they could keep up with the demand of victims. I guess in the last just over 18 months of our government, we have done a lot of work in terms of being able to reduce crime across the territory, but that also, of course, reduces the number of victims as well. And I think we're trending so far, it's heading downwards, and there's a 10% a reduction of victims, which is also translating to a reduction of the services that the wonderful work of Victims of Crime NT do across the territory. And I've got a number of statistics here which show the variation between 24-25 to 25-26, and in fact the Cleanup Resecure program went from 362 cases in 24-25 down to 175 cases for July to March. The Vehicle Resecure program went from 1,493 down to 917. And the home security assessments went from 327 to 165, and the security improvements program went from 94 to 54. So there's that real downward trajectory. With the specific case you mentioned of the pilot, that was an intensive case management system. It was a pilot program which commenced on the 1st of July 2024. It was about aiming to increase engagement and improve the experience of victims of crime to enable those meaningful and informed participation in the criminal justice system, and it seeks to work with victims as close to the time of an incident as possible. They shared with us some of those key activities as part of that pilot, which was case management in a case coordination model, and the program will introduce 2 levels of case management, including intensive level for cases with higher needs. They had warm referrals to that pilot program to assist contact with other services, rather than providing the contact details and then relying on the victim to do that. And they facilitated community corrections contacts with victims as well. The VOC NT property crime programs are firstly measured by the number of people that support is provided to, and secondly by the amount of funding provided to victims. And that program pilot has, let me just confirm what date that's going to end. It was due to wind up on the 30th of June, and with discussions with VOC NT, they were still wrapping up, I guess, and working on the cases that they had underway. So we agreed that we would extend that funding to the end of December, so that finish that pilot program. And then, of course, we need to evaluate the pilot program in the time that we now have left to ensure that it's delivering on the things that will absolutely support victims to make sure the money can go to where it's most needed.
Thank you. So through the Chair, Attorney General, are you suggesting that the Victims of Crime office in Alice Springs is closing because there's been a decrease in victims?
Through the Chair, Member for Gwadja, I'm explaining about how victims in general across the territory has reduced, including in Alice Springs,
which has resulted in the closure of the Alice Springs office.
And so I did talk about how the numbers of cases that VOC NT are declining as well. The trend is going down, which is really great. The closure itself of the office of Alice Springs is one that was made by Victims of Crime NT. It certainly wasn't part of the arrangements that we have with them. They have chosen to do that, and I actually look forward to meeting with them very soon, because we are looking at how we support victims through a big undertaking of the work that has to happen in that space, because anyone who's become a victim of crime would know that going through the system is arduous, and there's you sort of relive the experiences much more than you would like to, and so there's a whole new body of work underway with the department, and I'm looking forward to working with VOC NT about that. it's not just about the one provider who have done an exceptional job, but it's about reviewing the whole system for victims, because we need to help them to navigate that system. And of course, it does specifically go back to our reducing crime strategy, and under the Attorney General's department, we have a number of action items within the reducing crime strategy, and so the work we're doing for victims across the territory, including Alice Springs, and being informed with VOC-NT, it will help to implement the reducing crime strategy.
So through the chair, Attorney General, what are you doing in the face of the Alice Springs Office of Victims of Crime closing to support victims? Because there's not going to be a physical office in Alice Springs anymore.
So, thank you, Member Gwadja. The work that we're doing as a whole is, I guess, what I want people to understand is how much of a crisis the territory was in when it came to victims.
But you're closing the Victims of Crime office in Alice Springs.
So there is so much work that we have to do, and that we've done a lot already in the short, just over 18 months of coming to government. And I don't think anyone can underestimate the amount of work that has been done. And so that work, it has to continue. And part of our reducing crime strategy includes very holistically what we're doing across all of the different parts of the justice system where a victim goes through the ordeal that they have to go through after becoming a victim of crime. And so I look forward to meeting with Victims of Crime NT, because they have been doing a lot of work over a lot of years, and there was many years of underfunding that came to fruition for them, and they had to come back to government each time under the former government because the number of victims were increasing and exploding dramatically over and over. It just kept growing. So as the numbers come down, and there's still so much work to do, I've certainly been very vocal about how there is so much more work to be done. Like, we can't just change a few laws and it stops. The work now for victims and mapping that whole system across the touch points that they go through is where I think we can add some better arrangements around how they are dealt with. The work of providers in general, there are other providers, are really important, and we want to see them working throughout the Northern Territory, and the decision that they've made to close that office is disappointing because there is funding there, but I think what needs to happen now is that conversation, like any other provider that we have, is discuss a multi-year funding agreement, something that going forward can be something that gives that provider certainty. And of course, we have, it's a new government, a new regime. That particular agreement that was prior is coming to an end. We have extended that though, because there's still work to do in the next 6 months to make sure that we can have in that agreement the things that the government need to deliver for the victims of the Northern Territory. And so I look forward to continuing that work.
Member for Johnston.
Just morning, Minister. Thank you, Chair. Just in relation to what you just said, Minister, about short-term and ongoing funding, does that mean that you are now looking at a commitment to ongoing long-term funding for organisations like Victims of Crime?
Thank you for the question, Member for Johnson, and through the Chair. The work that we have commenced in regards to mapping out the journey of a victim when they become a victim of crime is something that is a priority for me as Attorney General, but also for the government, because we absolutely need to put victims in the centre of the work that we're doing. And like I said, we were at the back of a huge explosion of numbers of victims and just not enough resources in the budget in the previous government to deal with it. So the work that I'm doing now is about exactly what you've just asked, is looking at the ways in which that victim goes through that journey, and then looking at all the services that are provided to make sure that we can deliver for victims the best service that's available. The discussion about the multi-year funding agreement is something that it has been done in other areas because it gives that organisation certainty. And so that's why we've extended that extended the funding and the agreement to the end of December, because it was due to come up at the end of June, because we need to look at that work rather than just signing on again. We want to make sure, and there's been a lot of change in the Territory in a short amount of time, so we'll continue that work.
Thank you, Minister. So just to be clear, do you have a policy or position on minimum timeframes for funding for organisations like Victims of Crime into the future?
I'm sorry, Member for Johnson, can you just repeat that question?
Do you? So I'm interested in specifically in what you're talking about ongoing funding. So there's not the issues that victims of crime are now facing. I'm wondering whether you've got a position on minimum time of funding for organisations like Victims of Crime into the future.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. I think from your question, I understand that it does depend on the agreements that were in place and the type of service provider it is. But I can give you an example of the way in which we approach it. As an example, the money that comes from the federal government for the National Access to Justice Partnership, that is a 5-year funding agreement. And so my preference is to have long-term agreements with these providers, and we're seeing them come up now in our term of government, that we have to look at how they're working and work with the provider, but also the work we're doing as a government for the services and what's required and the need at the same time.
Through the chair, Attorney
Member for Guadra, I'll give you the call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to understand, you spoke about the statistics, and I've got people from Alice Springs messaging me right now saying that this morning on the radio, the CEO of Victims of Crime was on ABC radio saying their stats had gone up this year. You've said that they're going down. I'm trying to get an understanding for the people of Alice Springs who are about to lose an office. What is the actual picture here?
Thank you for Member for Guadra through the chair. I can let you know the numbers for Alice Springs for the reporting period. In Alice Springs, the clean-up resecure was 121 cases. The vehicle reassure was 461. The home security assess was 47, and the security improvement was 10. I hope that answers your question.
I just need an answer, yes or no. Have the stats gone up? Because people in Alice Springs are messaging me right now saying it has.
I understand that there's still huge concerns in Alice Springs because the nature of what we're trying to undo over only a short amount of time in government at the last 18 months compared to what it was like and going up.
So they have gone up.
So we've been reducing crime across the Territory, and in Alice Springs in particular, there is certainly seen the biggest improvement for the levels of crime, and the number of victims is certainly reducing in Alice Springs. What I don't have for you today, but I can take it on notice, is the comparison from last year or under a previous year to this year.
Thank you. Through the chair, that would be appreciated if we could do a comparison from this time to the last reporting period.
Thank you. So, Member for Quadra, I'll just get you to repeat that question officially for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, could you please provide a breakdown of the stats of victims of crime for Central Australia from this year and compare that with the same information for the previous reporting period?
Can I
Minister, do you
just
accept the question?
clarify, Chair, we're talking about the stats that I've talked about, the Clean Up Resecure, the Vehicle Resecure program, the Home Security Assessments and the Security Improvement
Everything
program.
that's victims of crime related services in Alice Springs.
Thank you. I accept the question.
Thank you, Minister. The question asked of the member for Quadra to the Minister has been allocated the number 9.1. Member for Quadra.
Thank you. Attorney General, as part of that 2-year intensive case management project, there was the 2-year contract. Just wanting to confirm, you said that there was an evaluation that was scheduled. You've extended the funding by 6 months, I believe, to December. Wanting to confirm, once that evaluation's been done, will that be made public around the efficiency of that pilot?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Quadra. The pilot program evaluation is underway, and there will be a number of recommendations and observations there considering under consideration for us in terms of making sure that the parts of that evaluation we can align to our strategic initiatives in the reducing crime strategy. So we'll have more information about the work that we're going to do post that time once we have assessed that evaluation.
Thank you, Attorney General. Through the Chair, is there a commitment from yourself to make that evaluation publicly available so that everyday Territorians can know whether the evidence is there that this program is working or not?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Quadra. I feel like I would be preempting what is possible given that I haven't seen that evaluation yet. It's still underway, and there might be a number of things in there that is able to be publicly shared, and there might be some things that are sensitive to particular matters or something that may not be. So once I receive that evaluation, once I've considered and my department has done the work, and I think I mentioned the broader work that we're doing for victims, which this is part of that. It's a section of that, and making sure that it aligns with our strategic initiatives in the reducing crime strategy.
So can I just confirm that I'm not trying to pigeonhole you here, but is there in principle support depending on the sensitivity of data?
Yeah, I think it's really important that I get to have a look at what that report is and that evaluation is before making a determination. So I can't preempt anything. But of course, our number one priority is victims. And so we've done a lot of work in that space already, and that it has to continue. There's so much more work to be done. Quite literally dealing with a huge amount of challenges in the victim space, given the being off the back of what the Territory experienced over about a decade. So I'm looking forward to that evaluation and looking forward to explaining the work that we're going to do based on not only that evaluation, but all the other work that other providers provide input into, and of course the work the agency does as well.
Thank you, Attorney General. Attorney General, how much compensation has been provided to victims of crime in the reporting period compared to the last reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Quadra. From the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026, The Crimes Victims Services Unit awarded $3.617 million to victims of crime.
And how does that equate to the previous reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I have the financial year payment from previous years. Can I give you those numbers to help with that? So the 2024-25 amount was 5.5 million, 630. Let me start again.
5.5 is fine.
Thank you. And
Thank you. No, that's all right. Attorney General, what evidence-based programs has your government funded for victims of crime during the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So under our Reducing Crime strategy, we have the strategic initiatives specifically for Attorney General's Department under 2.1, which is improved supports for victims of crime as they navigate the justice system. That is part of that work I was talking about with the mapping, because we need to know how that works for a victim and put ourselves in their shoes and go through the system. It also has a demand pressures element as well in the Reducing Crime strategy, and so that will be the work that and it all links into victims anyway in terms of how they go through that system, and because of course if there's demand pressures on the system, that it lengthens the time in which they're going through their process. With the work of there's other work done in other agencies for those programs that you ask about, and so that would have been a question for the Minister for Children and Families, but there's also other programs like in corrections, so the Minister for Corrections.
Just a point of order, Madam Chair. Attorney General, I'm just after, in the last reporting period, have there been the commencement of any new evidence-based programs to support victims, because the pilot that you're talking about was started obviously under the previous government. So have there been any new evidence-based programs to support victims?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. The work, you know that there'd be the initiatives under the Victims of Crime NT, which we've already spoken about. There's also the initiatives under Catholic Care NT as well. But what needs to happen and has commenced is that mapping of those victim services, because then we're going to know exactly what is needed, to where that money can go to be able to deliver the things that are needed. And it might be that it has to go to another agency to deliver, but that's the work that is happening, part of the Reducing Crime strategy.
So just to be clear, at this stage, I acknowledge that you're undertaking that mapping before any new evidence-based program is rolled out. How long will that mapping take to be completed?
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I just want to clarify, though, that those programs you talk about, they would exist in other agencies, but the mapping is the part that we're doing under Attorney General's, just to make that really clear. And under our Reducing Crime strategy and the mapping work that we've done, we are looking to have that completed and some information about that to consider by the end of the year.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just in the interest of time, I will I'm happy to move on from output 1.3 into other areas.
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. Are there any other questions on output 1.3?
Can I, Chair, ask a follow-up
Just check
question?
with the member for Johnston first. Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, is there a policy or process in place to keep victims up to date with delays in progressing their matter? I've been contacted by many people saying that they're not kept up to date with what's happening. I think I asked you a question about this in Parliament as well.
Thank you, Member for Johnston, through the chair. I too have had that feedback because it's a very arduous process, and I guess it goes to the point that I've made about the work that has to happen. It's been the times to have that kind of system play out for a victim is just unacceptable in my mind, and so that's why I've continued to discuss and talk about the work that has to happen in that space. But I guess when you're talking about specifics, it probably is a question for the Director of Public Prosecutions. They have a witness assistance program, and I believe he'll be joining me at the table when we get to that output.
Member for Casuarina?
Thank you, Chair. Attorney General, I would like to know on behalf of my constituents, what does Catholic Care provides for victims' services and how much budget or funding is available in this budget for them?
You should have a meeting with Catholic Care.
Member for Gwadja? Everybody has the right to ask a question. Please
know,
don't
they can
interfere.
meet with
Please don't
organisations.
interfere. You can turn your microphone off, please.
I should be right.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Casuarina. So Catholic Care is one of the providers that provide that victims counselling service. They received $575,000 in grant funding because they need to make sure that that counselling service is available to the victims. It's through a grant agreement as well, and they counselling is available to a primary, a secondary, a family or related victim. A victim can access counselling through the service provider even if they're not eligible for financial assistance under the Victims of Crime Assistance Act. And the current grant agreement has 3 elements. It has crisis counselling services to victims of crime. It has information, support and referral services to clients, community education and awareness. And it's designed to provide services that have a more detailed understanding of the personal impact of crime on victims. I'll just see what else I can tell you about them. You might know they've been around for a very long time, Member for Casuarina. I'm just trying to work out where there's... here we go. Victims can access up to 8 counselling sessions delivered to those individuals, families or groups that I mentioned, and they're also supported by a free call number for crisis intervention and information. I think it's safe to say that that's a really important service, like the other providers we have, to make sure that victims feel that they have someone to sit down with, someone to call. And there's certainly been a number of people who have accessed that service. And in this reporting period, I can report that Catholic Care NT delivered 1,042 counselling sessions to 339 victims. And yeah, that's, it's a really important service that is provided by Catholic Care on behalf of the Northern Territory Government.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on output 1.3? No. No. Member for Johnston? No. Okay, I'll close this one off. That concludes consideration of output 1.3 and output group 1. Member for Johnston, did you want to quickly clarify your questions?
Yeah, thank you. Just wondering which output questions against legal aid would come under?
2.3, legal services.
Output group 2.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Output group 2.3.
2.3, thank you, Minister. Also questions, broader questions about the impact of legislative changes on the justice system.
That would be outpoint 2.2.
Thank you. I just don't want to miss it. So thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you. We will now proceed to Output Group 2, Strategic Policy Services, Output 2.1, Strategic Policy and Delivery. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, which Aboriginal Justice Agreement commitments remain outstanding, and what's the timeline for delivery before the agreement expires in 2027?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So I think you're referring to the Aboriginal Justice Agreement that was signed by both
The
Labor and
bipartisan
CLP.
agreement,
That's
yep.
right. And there, obviously, that is coming to an end at 2027. And as you know, there will be there. Just take 1 minute. Thank you. So there's currently 5 law and justice groups that are set up, and under the agreement, there was a commitment to say that we would look at setting up other ones as well. And the number of them is not in the agreement as such, but with the negotiations between the Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet and the federal government under the NT-RI funding arrangement, that's where the schedules all sit, if you like, for the options of the further law and justice groups. And so that's negotiations that are not part of the Attorney General's department. They do happen with the Department of Chief Minister and Cabinet.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member for Gwadja.
Chair, sorry. Madam Chair. I just want to provide some clarification. Attorney General, law and justice groups are obviously one aspect, but there are other outstanding commitments. Are you able to talk us through what the commitments are that are outstanding?
Thank you, Member for Gwadja, through the Chair. So there's the law and justice groups, Aboriginal law and justice groups, of course, and that feeds into the community courts, which is a new thing, and I can go through some of that detail as well. There's also some Commissioner Perose as well in there, you might remember, Member for Gwadja, to be able to make sure that happened. One of the things with the Aboriginal Justice Agreement is that the majority of the initiatives that were in that agreement weren't funded ongoing. And so that was obviously arrangements that had been set up by the previous government, but they're not put into the budget. So upon coming to government, we've had to have a look at all of that. We have our reducing crime strategy, of course, which includes how we address the root causes of crime. And so that when we look at going forward, we have to look at the whole picture of that. And as you know, the parts of that agreement, which is the law and justice groups and the community courts, and then the alternatives to custody as well, I might add, are part of that agreement, and they're very new in where they've been able to deliver for people. So I think some of them have been set up for just a year. And so there's a evaluation process that has to happen for all of those so that we can ensure that the money that we're putting into it is delivering the outcomes that we want to deliver, of course, because it works hand in hand with all the other parts of the reducing crime strategy we do. So I don't see it as a separate thing. I see it as quite like a whole of, everything working together under the full reducing crime strategy.
Thank you. Attorney General, given your conversation about funding, what is the particular dollar value in funding that your government has allocated towards the Aboriginal Justice Agreement in this budget?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. The total amount in the 26-27 budget is $8.646 million.
And how does that compare to the previous reporting period?
The previous reporting period, 25-26, was $7.024 million.
Thank you.
Member for Gwadja, we just have a follow-up question regarding the alternatives to custody that was mentioned. Member for Karama.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Just on the alternatives to custody program, two questions. How much funding has actually been allocated to the program? That's the first one.
Thank you, Member for Karama. Sorry, I was just looking for the paperwork that I've got. So in the 26-27 budget, it's $5,050,000, so $5 million. And the 25-26 budget, it was $4.346 million.
4.36? 436, okay. And just further to that, how many people have completed the program in both Alice Springs and Groot Island?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Karama. So Alice Springs Life Skills Camp, that's for the women. It has a capacity of 10 participants. And the... Can I, sorry, start that again? The Alice Springs Life Skills Camp, which has 10, which is the women, for this reporting period is 0. And for the Andaliaqua Healing Centre overview in this period is 2.
So just confirming the total budget was 5 million, Alice Springs 0, Groot Island 2. Is that correct?
That is correct for the reporting period.
Right. Okay. I think that speaks volumes. Thank you.
Can you just provide some clarity on 0? That's a hard number to consider that courts are sentencing people
Member for
to.
Gwadja, can I just remind you to come through the chair, please, so I can
Thank
give
you.
you the call
The attorney was
instead
really
of just
happy.
jumping in.
The what I was reporting was the Alice Springs Life Skills Camp programs completed in the ATC in that particular facility is 0, and then the program completed in the Andaliaqua Healing Centre in the reporting period is 2.
Chair, can I do a follow-up on the
Member for
answer?
Arnhem?
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney General. So just to be clear, it's not the lack of people being sentenced to the alternative to custody. The number is very different. What the member for Karama has asked specifically is how many people have completed a set program, whether the program's a 5-month, 6-month, 10-month program, etc. There wasn't any detail provided in that response, Attorney General. But just to be clear, there are people being sentenced to the alternative to custody. It's not 2 people being sentenced. It's 2 people having completed a program in that particular ATC, noting that we only have the 2 ATCs in the Northern Territory. Just for clarity, so I don't want there to be any misinformation that people are not being sentenced to alternatives to custody and therefore government may do cuts and fundings in the future. So I just want to make sure that that's not part of the narrative here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Member for Arnhem. I do understand what you mean, and I can let you know because that was a different question, so thank you for asking that. What I can tell you in the reporting period, if I go back to Alice Springs again, in that case there were 55 referrals received, but 0 have completed the program, so they've finished the program. So in that reporting period, and then for Andaliaqua Healing Centre on Groot, as you know, there were 93 were referred in, but of that only 2 have completed it in the reporting period.
Thank you. I just have another follow-up. Just for my understanding and for people that might be asking questions, if you are sentenced to an alternative to custody program, do you have to complete the program, or is it something that people fall out of, or?
Thank you for the question, Chair. And that's I guess that's a good question because those numbers that are low in completion does reflect a bit of this. So some of those things are a sentence where they have to stay there for that particular time, but there are other parts where it's a referral program from another service provider. And so once they're in the centre, then that's where the numbers of the reporting period is saying that they 0 have done it and 2, in that's in Alice Springs and 2 at Groot.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Gwadja?
Thank you. I know the member for Arnhem's got a follow-up question, but just to be clear, you've described it. The court-ordered people have to complete, otherwise it's a breach of their condition, and they will then have to go forward. So that, I guess I'm just helping with that question.
I got that from the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. You're correct. So if it's a court order, then that they have to complete that. But of that's where the numbers of, say, the 55 for Alice Springs, I don't have the numbers of which ones were court orders
That's
or not.
okay.
But if of the court orders and of all of them, 0 have completed it, and of the court orders in Groot and the others, 2 have completed it.
Just another follow-up. Is there any way of getting that data, the court-ordered ones? Could I request that?
We could get that data for you. Thank you, Chair. And I'm happy to take that one on notice.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Fanny Bay of the I'll repeat the question first. I'll go through the whole process. Could you please provide the statistics on people that have entered alternative to custody programs, the difference between those that are court-ordered and those that are community-based referrals? Does that make sense? Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Fanny Bay to the Minister has been allocated the number 9.2. Member for Arnhem.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in regards to the Untitled Healing Centre and Community Justice Group initiatives on Good Island, which of course is in my electorate of Arnhem, there was an evaluation report that was released in September 2025. So, Minister, the report found that the exceedingly disrespectful and diminishing interactions between agencies and law and justice group members reflected, quote, astounding lack of understanding of and disregard for the standing, roles and responsibilities of the law and justice group members. Minister, what is your Department of the Attorney General doing to proactively strengthen relationships and support community justice groups so this important work can continue?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Arnhem. And I have been out to Groot and seen the facility out there and
should let me know
looked
next
at the
time,
operations. And of course, Dassa, who runs that. So I met with Eloise and her team. They did take me through the programs that are available for people who are referred to the facility. And there's a lot of infrastructure there. You know, the funding obviously that was provided previously has created the facility.
And I think the Untitled Line Council's put in a lot of that money themselves, just to be clear.
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. And so I was able to see the infrastructure and the level of available options for people. When I went out there, it was a number of months ago now, but there was still plenty to do. So there was certainly some rooms that hadn't been used yet. And so the opportunity for people to enter into the facility was there. I just don't think they'd ramped up properly at that point. And if I can remember the date, it was last year sometime that I was out there. So the evaluation that you mentioned that was done was provided and completed by the independent Paul Ramsay Foundation. They are big supporters of the Alternative to Custody program, and they were, quite. I think my understanding is they were involved with the setting up of these systems, if you like, and they did that report, and they took into consideration a lot of different factors in Groot. very specifically and how that operates as a community. And obviously that was done, it was done not long after we came into government, and there's been many changes across many portfolios to do with reducing crime and reducing harm and all these sorts of things. So we're looking at doing those evaluations for both Groot and Alice Springs and other law and justice groups to make sure that it's done with many points of view taken into consideration. We definitely need to speak to the police that are on the ground as well about the things that they have underway, and so we have the evaluation that's currently underway based on the data and the numbers that we have in both statistics and numbers of referrals in, number of people who completed it that I've already been through, and that report is expected to be delivered to me in October 2026.
Member for Johnston.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Because I appreciate the minutes through the chair, appreciate the minister's response, but you didn't actually address the question, which was, what is your agency leading in terms of the cross-agency approach? Because that was the quote that I read out from the report, Minister. What is your department doing proactively to improve the relationships across government agencies and law and justice groups? The 5, there's not a lot, there should be more, but there's only 5. So what is your department leading on behalf of government around cross-agency relationship and strengthening of partnerships with law and justice groups? That was the question, but you didn't answer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Arnhem. We've actually just last week signed new funding agreements with those 5 to take them through to make sure that those groups in Kintore, Maningrida, Ramingining, Groote Island and Barunga Wagala can be fully executed. And so the department meets with the groups regularly, and so there's that work that continues, I guess. And of course, as they are new, we need to do that evaluation. The evaluation will also take into consideration how people of the Northern Territory and those groups and communities interact with government and vice versa. And so I look forward to getting that work done and having that report back to me so that we can look at it in October 2026. I think importantly, a bit like what I was talking about before, the victims mapping will actually play a big part of how we deliver the reducing crime strategy, and the work done in those law and justice groups, in those ATCs, with the communities, with different agencies, with police, basically will help inform how we can deliver and how we can measure. Like obviously the reducing crime strategy has a bunch of KPIs in there as well. And so, that work continues.
Member for Johnston, do you still have a follow-up?
Thank you, Yep. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Just seeking some more information. Thank you, Minister. Just seeking some more information on, you said you're now embarking on more evaluation of these programs. Can you say who's conducting those evaluations?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. So the previous one that was just done about Groot was the Paul Ramsay Foundation, so very specific, and we are now doing one by the Northern Territory Government, and everybody will be able to contribute to that.
As in it's an internally run evaluation?
That's correct.
And I just want to clarify, I'm not sure if I misheard when you were talking about the evaluation of the Groot, the Untitled program. You said that it was done by the Paul Ramsay Foundation and they had been involved in setting up that program. I just want to... I just wanted to clarify in relation to the evaluation of the group program. You said it was done by the Paul Ramsay Foundation. You said they were very strong supporters of that program. I just want to make sure that you're not saying that, therefore, that was not an independent evaluation.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I'll just clarify. The Paul Ramsay Foundation funded the evaluation. They called it the Pandanus evaluation, to undertake a hybrid process to look at those early outcome evaluation and the implementation of those groups. And it was Catherine Holmes Consulting who did the evaluation about that establishment and the implementation.
Thank you. So obviously that was an independent evaluation. The future evaluations are going to be in-house. Is there any criteria or any kind of guidelines for how that evaluation is going to be rolled out, sorry?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So there is a terms of reference about the evaluation. There is a working group that's going through that. It is across multiple agencies because a lot of people are involved with the reducing crime strategy, and this forms part of that as well. So that work continues.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to share the terms of reference? I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Johnston, could you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Chair. Please share the terms of reference for the evaluation of the law and justice groups.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Please share the evaluation framework or model or terms of reference, thank you, Chair, for the evaluation of the law and justice groups.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question allocated by the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated the number of 9.3. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, there are currently, as you've mentioned, 5 law and justice groups. How many of those 5 have you personally met?
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So I've been out to Groot and like I talked about before, went out to the Alternatives to Custody. I also attended, it was a session with the Judge Franz who was running the community court, and the Law and Justice Group members were there. But the actual official community court on that day wasn't able to go ahead. There weren't enough. I actually don't really know exactly why. I think there were a couple of people that weren't there in the community at that time. But what I did get to do was sit down around the table with members of that community in the Law and Justice Group, albeit not all of them, and the judge, and of course the Department of Corrections was there, and the police were there, and other community members, and sit down and hear also from some offenders as well and victims, and about the process that they went through with the way in which the law and justice interacts with the community courts. And so that was done at the same time that I went out to the Alternatives to Custody.
Thank you. So, Attorney General, through the Chair, there are 76 official remote communities across the Northern Territory. As the Northern Territory's first law officer, how many of those 76 remote Aboriginal communities have you met with to discuss justice and community safety initiatives?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja, for the question. I have been out to several communities across the Northern Territory, and there's many that are across the Territory that, as you say, and I've been to many of them. I'll just try and think off the top of my head while I find my list for you.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Member for Gwadja, the minister is trying to answer your question.
I'm actually trying to help her. I'm happy to take that on notice in case you don't miss any.
Minister, I give you the call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chair. Now you've got me saying that as well. Member for Gwadja, actually, I'm glad I just got prompted of some of the places I went to, because there has been so many. But when I went out to visit Lemon Bite and Nathan River and met with the Murra people, that was a really incredible experience. And you've probably been out there, and they cooked us up some fresh barramundi, which was really great. When I went out to Gove and Nhulunbuy. I went to Yirrkala as well and spent some time there, and I have met with Riritingu and Gumach as well, fantastic Aboriginal organisations that do work out there. I've already talked about Groot Island at length. When I was down in the Barclay, spending time with the traditional owners and at the opening of the Nikaninu Art Centre as well, and we also went to the swim school, and there was some communities that had come in to do the school swimming, which was fantastic as well. More recently, I met some of the great people of Nayu as well out of Daly River, especially after the floods, including the Merapan Art Centre as well, which was fantastic. So, like I said, there's a number of them. And I also met with ARDS as well. That was fantastic to be able to meet with that organisation, to hear all of the work they're doing. I think it's really important to note that there's the government have a lot of people that are in agencies that are out in these communities every day of the week, and that's a strong way of being able to get the information to us, plus ministers as well. I mean, we have ministers that live right across the territory and are always travelling around. I think the Minister for Education was out your way recently for Gwadja, and had a great time and speaking to a lot of people out there. So yeah, I have met with many different communities around the Northern Territory. I think there is still more to be done though. I'd love to be able to spend a lot more time out and about. I have been doing a lot of work within getting the portfolio back on track, if you like, after several years of the previous government having, the whole justice system was in such a basket case, and so that is where my priorities have been focused on. And whilst I will continue those priorities, I also look forward very much to going out and meeting as many Territorians as I possibly can.
Thank you, Attorney General. I'm concerned that you haven't mentioned a single Central Australian remote community that you visited in terms of justice. There are two law and justice groups, Kintor and Yuendamu. Will you make a commitment to actually engage with those law and justice groups?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja, for the question. So the people within the Attorney General's Department, and there's Warren who works in the Aboriginal Justice Unit. He regularly visits out there. I mean, and you may know of the West Daly Peace Project as well, that is going on out there. And so there's a lot of work. Sorry, yeah, that's not in Central Australia, but there's a lot of places that right across the territory, and I really do look forward to getting out and visiting all of those as often as I can. And I'll look you up, Member for Gwadja, when I come down.
I look forward to it. Madam Chair, I'm happy to move on to 2.3.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on 2.1? Member for Johnston?
I have some questions on behalf of the member for Mulka. The Minister, you just mentioned the Aboriginal Justice Unit. The first question is, does the Aboriginal Justice Unit still exist?
Thanks for the question, Member for Johnston. So we have Warren Warren Jackson is in that unit, and they are doing the work with those 5 law and justice groups, and are often meeting with them and working out how to support it. And I can confirm, if you like, Member for Johnston, that there is $555,000 allocated in the budget for the Aboriginal Justice Core Unit.
Thank you. And on behalf of the member for Mulka, how many FTE staff are employed in the Aboriginal Justice Unit?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. I don't have the specific breakdown got a lot of data here, but not that one. Can I take that on notice? Sure.
Member for Johnston, please repeat the question for the record.
There's a series of questions that follow on from that, so you may want to take them all together. So I'll just read them out. And so how many FTE staff are employed in the AJU? How many of their staff are Aboriginal? What salary level are they paid at? And what are the position titles?
And if we can find them in the meantime, I'll come back
Why
to
don't
that.
you get the director up? He's sitting in the room.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Johnston of the Minister has been allocated the number 9.4, sorry, 9.4. I'm just going to remind everybody not to interrupt. Please go through the chair. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Member for Johnston?
This question has partly been answered, but just to, on behalf of the member for Mauka, why has reference to the Aboriginal Justice Agreement been removed from the budget papers?
Thank you, Member for Johnston, through the chair. So the budget papers is strategic policy, and it just forms part of that. There's many facets.
Thank you. And what KPIs exist for the Aboriginal Justice Agreement on behalf of the member for Mauka?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So the key performance indicators as per Budget Paper 3, the number of Aboriginal people referred to alternative custody facilities or programs, the target for 26-27 is 100.
Is that the only KPI for the Aboriginal Justice Agreement? Is the Director able to, through the Chair, is the Director able to address these questions, Minister?
Member for Johnston, I can answer the question. So we have in our Reducing Crime Strategy document a whole page of measures of success and next steps, and all of the things that we're doing across government is included in that document there.
Thank you, but the only specific KPI for the Aboriginal Justice Agreement is the one you just outlined previously?
So in the budget paper, BP3, the KPI that we've recorded is about that number of Aboriginal people referred to alternative custodies or programs, which is 100, like I said. The other KPIs and measures of success that we have is all in our Reducing Crime Strategy.
Thank you. And I have some further questions from the member for Mauka about law and justice groups, which he had given me under output 3, but will I answer? Can I ask them here?
Do you want to ask the question, I'll see?
Yeah. Some of them have been asked already in relation to funding, but in this 26-27 budget, how much funding is being provided for law and justice groups, specifically in the Mauka region?
Member for Johnston, specifically the Law and Justice Group, but and then specifically after that in the Mulca electorate?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So the Law and Justice Group's total amount in the budget is $1.6 million. And member for Johnston, in Mulcar, the Law and Justice Group, the Aboriginal Resource and Development Services Aboriginal Corp provider provides Law and Justice Group there, and that's $445,000 in this budget.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Johnston, I also have a part answer to part of the question you had before. Did you want me to go through that? Or-
Sure.
Was it a question taken on notice? Yep.
I'll just check what number question that was.
We might wait till you get the question in whole.
Yeah, thank you.
Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, Attorney General, you talked about evaluating law and justice programs. I heard you say that's an internal evaluation. What's the timeline for this evaluation?
Yeah, thank you to the member for Mulcar and to the member for Johnston for asking the questions, because I have caught up with the member for Mulcar about this, which is really good to hear from him specifically about what his community is up to. The final report is expected to be delivered in October 2026.
Thank you, Minister. This may not be against this output, but how much funding is being provided by your department for community-led programs in the Mulcar region?
I think it's probably many areas of government that have community-led programs. So I might take that on notice for us to have a look at what's in AGD and provide that back to him.
Thank you. And so the specific information that the member was seeking is a breakdown of funding for each community in the Mulcar region and the organisations that receive that funding.
Member for Johnston, can you please repeat the question for the record?
How much funding is provided by your department for community-led programs in the Mulcar region? Please provide a breakdown of funding for each community and the organisations that receive the funding.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked by the member for Johnston of the Minister has been allocated the number 9.5. Are there any other questions on output 2.1, strategic policy and services?
One quick follow-up question. Minister, you referenced one of the ongoing projects being the West Daily Peace Project. Is that still, can you just give a brief update on where that's up to?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. That West Daily Peace Project and additional shared work in peacemaking and mediation is it is funded through the federal government, and but what I can tell you is that in the reporting period there was peacemaking and mediation activities in Ware, Nayu, Pepamanati, Nananmangyanga, Williara and Tennant Creek. Those communities were supported during the reporting period for specifically peacemaking and mediation support.
Thank you, but no money from the NTG in relation to that project. It's all Commonwealth, is that correct?
Thank you, Member for Johnston, through the Chair. The Northern Territory Government, through the Department, offers support for the peacemaking and mediation initiatives, but the funding itself comes from the federal government.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on output 2.1? No. That concludes consideration of output 2.1. I will now call for questions on output 2.2, legislation and legal policy. Are there any questions? No? Member for Johnston?
Is this where I ask questions about? Thank you. Yep. Attorney General, has the government assessed? Attorney General, has the government assessed whether the expansion of mandatory sentencing and other sentencing changes have reduced the incentive for accused persons to enter guilty pleas, particularly in relation to serious matters?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Member for Johnston.
We are not the same person. I'm not the member for anything except Johnston.
Thanks for the clarification, Member for Johnston. I know I've lost my train of thought. So your question is about
has the government analysed the proportion of murder allegations resolving by guilty plea versus proceeding to trial since? Oh, sorry, that was my follow-up question. Assessed the expansion of has the government assessed whether the expansion of mandatory sentencing and other sentencing changes have reduced the incentive for accused persons to enter early guilty pleas, particularly in serious matters?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. So the sentencing changes that were made recently on murder were very recently implemented after we passed it in Parliament. So I think it's a bit too early to tell.
And Member for Johnston, just I think questions on this specific question might be better suited to output 2.4, criminal justice research, evaluation and statistics. So if you've got more lines of questioning, I think maybe wait till output 2.4.
I'm happy to do that as long as I know I'm going to be able to ask there.
Yeah, well, we'll come to it, Member for Johnston. If
as long as I know the questions are going to, let me just make sure that they're all kind of evaluation questions. I have some that may. Can I just check, because I don't want to miss the opportunity? Would this also be under 2.4 in relation to questions about how many charges have been withdrawn? All under that? Okay. And I think the rest of mine would come under DPP. So, yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions under output 2.2, legislation and legal policy? No. That concludes consideration of output 2.2. I will now call for questions on output 2.3, legal assistance. Are there any questions?
Yes, please.
Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, what is the total Commonwealth and Northern Territory government spend on legal services, including NARJA and legal aid, during the reporting period?
Chair, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the amount funded by the Commonwealth under the NAJP to fund legal assistances, I'll take you through those numbers. So in 25-26, legal aid commissions received 10.711. Community legal centres received 2.095. Women's legal services received 6.385. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander legal services received 27.744. Family violence prevention and legal services received 13.960. And there are administration funding of 1.026. And that, as I say, is all Commonwealth money.
Thank you. Attorney General, can you confirm that the additional funding announced in last year's budget has in fact been provided to Legal Aid NT, and have they signed the multi-year funding agreement yet?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja, for the question. And I think we can all agree here that access to justice is really important and that legal aid NT play a critical role in that whole justice system. And we came to government and took some immediate steps to rectify a chronic underfunding shortage that legal aid had for years under the previous government, and we were able to provide for them a huge injection, if you like, at the end of 2025, and with that came the expectation that there needs to be responsible financial management and, of course, a sustainable and sustainable service delivery and we needed organisational reform within legal aid itself. There were several challenges that legal aid had when I became the Attorney General, and so in the first budget we announced, we increased their baseline funding by 89%. That moved the baseline funding from 6.4 million, which they had in the last 5 years, to more than $12 million moving forward, and that was ongoing, so there's certainty. As you know, we appointed a new board. There was many new board members and we appointed a new director. And at Legal Aid's request, we developed a multi-year funding agreement to provide that certainty and that long-term planning. That agreement has been on the table with Legal Aid since May 2025, but it remains unsigned. And we are trying to get them to get that signed. I know they wanted it, and it hasn't been able to be signed. They repeatedly ask for greater certainty with funding, and we listened to them on that. We provided that multi-year funding. We gave them the increase, and we provided them that certainty. But we're still waiting, like almost 12, well, it is 12 months later, it remains unsigned. And I think all Territorians would expect that as a taxpayer-funded organisation with huge responsibilities to represent Territorians who are vulnerable and can't afford their own lawyers, it's really important that they have a funding agreement and so that money can flow to them under that agreement. And the agreement also outlines expectations of the service delivery, and we have ensure that the public money is spent appropriately. And since late last year, Legal Aid has reduced a number of services. This has occurred despite the measures put forward to assist the organisation. My department has been working with them to try and get that reform within the organisation. They still haven't signed that multi-year agreement, like I said, and this is despite the broader improvements that we've had in the entire justice system. They're just not able to get that signed, and I don't know why. That's a question for Legal Aid. I feel like it's important to put on the record that as a government and as an agency, we've done everything that we can to get that operation running so that the service is available to Territorians, and the expectation is that they sign that agreement, and they part of that agreement is when the department asks for information from Legal Aid, that information is forthcoming, and that has been a real challenge. I look forward to continuing to have the department engage with Legal Aid to get that agreement signed, for them to resume full services, and obviously have Territorians represented.
Thank you. So through the Chair, Attorney General, has Legal Aid advised you what the additional dollar amount it would require from you, the Northern Territory Government, to resume its full suite of services?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Has Legal Aid advised you of what dollar amount it would require to resume its full suite of services?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja, for the question. The department has asked exactly what is required for a full return of service to deliver, and we have not heard back from Legal Aid about what is required from them.
So, Attorney General, could you advise us how many formal referrals are you aware of that NAJA has made to Legal Aid during the years of 23, 24, 24, 25 and 25, 26?
That information I do not have with me because we are attempting to get as much information as possible from Legal Aid to determine how we can support them more to make sure they can return to service, and we don't have that information from them.
So, you don't have it currently, or you don't have it at all?
We're having a break. We're having a break.
Member for Gwadja, when we have asked NAJA and asked Legal Aid for that data, the numbers don't match up. There's some anomalies there, so we have gone back to them to ask them for more data, and we don't have that data.
Through the chair.
Member for Gwadja, I'm just going to interfere. It is 10:30. We will break for 10 minutes for a comfort break, and we'll come back with the member for Gwadja.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are on output 2.3, legal assistance, with the member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, how many criminal legal representation services has legal aid provided in 25-26 so far?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. It's a really great question. I'd also like to know the answer. So can I take that on notice to ask legal aid to provide that to me?
Member for Gwadja, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, how many crime legal representation services has Legal Aid NT provided in the 2025-26 so far?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Gwadja of the minister has been allocated the number 9.6. Member for Gwadja? Member for...
I was going to move on to other legal aid questions.
Member for Johnston?
In relation to that, Attorney General, could you, through the chair, could you also provide or legal aid provide data on how many criminal law duty law services were provided in that period?
We can take that on notice as well. Is this maybe a separate question?
Member for Johnston, please restate the question for the record.
How many criminal law duty lawyer services were provided in the same period?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated the number 9.7. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, I wanted to ask you some questions, particularly around the government's response to the recent decision in the NT Supreme Court, where the full court held that people facing serious criminal proceedings in the local court who could not access a lawyer may have their hearings indefinitely stayed or adjourned until such time representation becomes available. Given that we're talking about legal assistance or legal services here, has the government undertaken any modelling on the effect that decision will take, including additional delays to the court system, the growth of the backlog of cases, and the number of persons likely to be affected by that decision?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for Member Gwadja. And I need to put on the record that I don't accept that those alleged offenders are without representation. I think that we have a legal aid, we have a system where those alleged offenders have a right to be represented. Legal aid in particular paid through the Northern Territory Government and the Commonwealth Government $24 million a year to make sure that our Territorians are represented. And so as a department, I've instructed them to look at a plan to make sure that those Territorians will be represented if the providers are not representing them.
So thank you, Attorney General. Has the government had conversations with Legal Aid and NARJA or other frontline services about that to understand? Because obviously you've handed down the budget. A couple of weeks later, this decision's come out. It's potentially going to affect their impact. Given that Legal Aid are already saying this is the pie and we don't think that there's enough of it to do it, has any conversations happened around a shortfall or a potential treasurer's advance that will be required?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the department has had many, many conversations with Legal Aid over the last 12 months, and funding comes up every meeting. In fact, that's where we're aiming to work towards that multi-year funding agreement, and the treasurer advance that you mentioned is part of that, and that of course relates specifically to the expensive cases. There is a process that exists, which has been that way for many, many years, where Legal Aid NT can request AGD to facilitate the provision of additional funds to address those impacts of expensive cases, and through that Treasury advance process, like you said. Usually any decision to provide additional funding occurs towards the end of the financial year, so not very far away, when the forecasted final financial position is more reliable, and that has been requested, that financial position from Legal Aid, and we are waiting to hear from them. The Legal Aid NT did invite AGD and the Department of Treasury to attend a briefing on their financial position. Then there was many questions from Treasury and AGD about their data and their assumptions that they were using to forecast that expenditure. And so all of that information has been requested, along with the specific details about that service delivery reduction. And we are actively following up the additional information that is required so that we can support Legal Aid to support Territorians to make sure that they are represented and that the organisation functions responsibly for taxpayer funds.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Attorney General, obviously you and I don't agree on a lot, but we do share that everyone has access or should have access to legal representation. Are you aware of any Territorian who's currently been through the legal system who hasn't been afforded legal assistance or representation?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for Member for Guadja. I think there's like I've spoken about before, there's information that we have requested from Legal Aid. We did request a number from them of those people who are not being represented. Then the number that we had in the court data didn't match, and so we've gone back to them asking for that further detail. But what I do know is that there are around 20 applications, DTRIC applications that are currently in the local court.
So just thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, they're current applications. They haven't been through the system yet. They're just they have the potential to go through the system unrepresented. But do you have any data from Justice's perspective of people who have, in the last reporting period, been through without representation?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Guadja. I can take that question on notice because I don't have it in the books today.
Yeah, thank you.
Member for Guadja, please repeat Please restate the question for the record.
I've got to remember the question. Attorney General, could you please provide the committee with data on individuals who have been through the court system in the last reporting period who haven't had legal representation?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the Member for Guadja of the Minister has been allocated the number 9.8. Member for Guadja? Follow up. Member for Johnston?
Thank you. Actually, I first got to follow up to an earlier line of questioning where I wanted to jump in. Just in relation, Minister, I just want to confirm in relation to the $5.5 million that was allocated to Legal Aid NT that they have not received that money. Is that correct?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I can confirm that the amount paid, sorry, I'll just check. Sorry. Member for Johnston, the Northern Territory funding in the budget of 25-26 was $12.799 million, and I can confirm that the remaining in the budget to be paid out is $4.403.
Not the additional 5.5 that was allocated for 25-26?
Member for Johnston, that is part of the 12.799.
So the additional money that I understand has been withheld, I think what I've understand you say is it's been withheld because of delays to the execution of the funding agreement. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that yes?
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Attorney General, can you explain what the sticking points are? Like, what is the barrier to signing that agreement?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I can't really go into the detail of that because obviously that's a an agreement between the Northern Territory Government and the provider. It's just too soon. Like that, we can't talk about the agreement that has been put forward.
Has Legal Aid asked that the government consider amending the agreement before they sign it, or have you asked Legal Aid for any additional information?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. It has been quite a lengthy and ongoing and a many conversation project, if you like, to get to a point where we have Legal Aid who signs that multi-year agreement. It has been amended many times to come up with a negotiation point and some things that are on balance able to get Legal Aid to a point where they're able to sign it, and of course, therefore, be able to continue the funding arrangement going forward.
So are you able to give any detail on what Legal Aid is requesting or what the Attorney-General is requesting from Legal Aid?
Member for Johnston, I feel like we're repeating the question. I think the Minister has answered the question. This is a process that's being undertaken at the moment, so therefore the information cannot be provided.
I think the Minister can answer with all.
I'm giving you advice that you're repeating a question. It's already been asked a couple of times
I'm asking for detail, not broadly.
And Member for Johnston, as the Chair, I've just provided you with a response that you're repeating the same questions. The Minister can choose to repeat the answer again if you like, but I'd love to move on to a new line of questioning.
You may, Chair, but I'm asking questions right now. So,
Member for Johnston, the Minister has the call.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I do want to just make a couple of points because I definitely have answered the question, but it isn't just about simply providing additional funding or not and having an agreement or not. Like there's many areas. There is the fact that we increased the baseline funding by 89% in response to the chronic underfunding that they had requested. As I said, we've offered that multi-year funding agreement, and that is the certainty that Legal Aid asked for. When we came to government, Legal Aid received almost $9 million in additional funding, and that was largely at that time due to the response of NARJA's service delivery challenges to provide that first instalment and the ongoing baseline funding increase. And that was exceptional circumstances at that time. We needed Legal Aid to step up, and they did. And of course, at that time, they were managing the demand, and they were also taking on additional services. So I thank them for that. Since that time, as many months have passed, and NARJA has returned to that full service delivery, and so those circumstances in particular no longer exist. So it would be prudent to basically look at all of that money that they're getting and ensure that that temporary funding doesn't create another temporary problem. And so the focus now is on that sustainability and, of course, the accountability for the taxpayers' funded dollars. And I think Territorians rightly expect that the money that is used goes towards an organisation who is receiving that significant public funding to operate sustainably and enter into funding agreements so that money can flow from government agencies to the service provider. And then, of course, demonstrate how the public money is being delivered for those services to Territorians. So I think I said it before, I'm very much looking forward to them signing that agreement. There's been many negotiation meetings. There's been some tweaks to the agreement over time to basically allow for that money to flow.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the Federal Attorney-General recently wrote to yourself expressing concerns about access to legal services and reminding the Territory of its obligations to adequately fund legal services. Has the NT government responded to that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I have indeed responded to the Federal Attorney-General on that, and I have outlined all of the facts, a lot of which I have gone through today, including the arrangements with the funding models in the past and going forward, and of the current situation. And I look forward to hearing from the Federal Attorney-General, but I know that she was in the Senate estimates or some kind of forum that they were doing where she was asked the questions. So I thank her for the attention in the Northern Territory. We do some work together in that space. So, yeah, let's hope that Legal Aid get this signed and we can continue on with the work that's required for Territorians.
And just one more clarification follow-up, I think in relation to unrepresented people in court. I think I heard you say earlier there is no one unrepresented. You reject the statement that anyone is going to court unrepresented. But then I think, just to follow on, I think you then said you would go and find the data. Is that right?
Yeah, I'll clarify that, Member for Johnston. So there are 20 applications in the court for the Dietrich's applications. And I was going to clarify how many of those, the unrepresented, that Legal Aid had, because we didn't have that data at the table. But I can let you know as a... I thought I had the answer, but I have been informed that the data that was given to us is unreliable because it doesn't match with those. I think I said before, Legal Aid and the court data is not matching, so I don't want to give you something that's unreliable. We'll go back and check that, and I think that question's already been taken on notice. Thank you.
Are there any other further questions on output 2.3 legal assistance?
No.
Madam Chair, I have a answer to a question on notice.
Yep,
if
I'll just
you'd like me
conclude
to.
output 2.3.
Okay.
That concludes consideration of output 2.3. Answer on notice. If you could just give the question number.
I do. The question number 9.1 from the member for Guadja was to provide a breakdown of stats of victims of crime for Central Australia for this year compared with the previous reporting year for the victims of crime statistics. And I can go through the comparison from 2024-25 through to 25-26 for Alice Springs for each category. So the cleanup resecure in Alice Springs for 24-25, the number was 203, and in 25-26 it reduced to 121. The vehicle resecure in 2024-25 in Alice Springs was 686. In 25-26 it reduced to 461. The home security assessment in Alice Springs for 24-25 was 91. In 25-26, it reduced to 47, and the security improvement in 24-25 was 35 in Alice Springs, and it reduced in 25-26 to 10.
Thank you, Minister. I will now call for questions on output 2.4, criminal justice research, evaluation and statistics. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Guadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, I asked the Minister for the Prevention of Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence a question last night around the re-victimisation rate of women with domestic and family violence within 2 years. I was then referred to you, to your statistics team to help respond to that. Or Minister Carl said it was the AG statistics.
AG provides to the police.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Guadja. So the specific set of numbers you're looking for are for the women who have become victims of domestic violence, and if the victim has been re-victimised
Yes.
in their like life, I guess, and you're asking if that's data that's collected.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, Chair, Member Gorgeous. I just had to clarify that specific, very specific piece of data is not something that we're analysing at this point in time. It's a good question, and I think that part of the work we're doing in terms of victims is to ensure that we have less victims, and of course less repeat victims, if you like, is something that we take very seriously as well. And so whilst I don't have that data and I can't analyse it right now, given the mapping of the work we're doing, there does need to be information that we are informed to be able to continue to reduce the number of victims for starters and the number of offences on a victim, and then of course use all of that work to reduce crime. But that work is the mapping part of what we've got to do. So I do thank you for the question. I just don't have that data for you because we don't analyse that at this point. Because a priority is getting on top of the number of victims as a part of our reducing crime strategy as our priority.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Attorney General, how many mandatory sentences were heard down in relation to the sentencing bill changes?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the sentencing amendment bill for murder was only just implemented, and so it's outside the reporting period.
Thank you, Attorney General. Attorney General, are you able to provide the data on the number of people who have received a mandatory sentence in line with the government reintroducing mandatory sentencing provisions?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. Can I take that question on notice?
Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. Could you please restate the question for the record?
Attorney General, could you please provide a breakdown of the number of people who have received a mandatory sentence in line with the reintroduction of those 3 mandatory sentencing provisions and how long those provisions were for?
Do you accept the question, Minister?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked as a member for Gwadja of the Minister has been allocated the number 9.9. Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, how many 10-year-old children have been through the justice system in the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I'm going to give you this data as at the 9th of June 2026 because that's what I have in front of me.
Sure. Thank you.
So there have been, out of young people who were aged 10 or 11, there's been 24 individuals charged with offences alleged to have occurred when the individuals were 10 or 11. 11 individuals were charged for offences aged 10 and 18 individuals were charged for offences aged 11. 5 individuals were charged for offences allegedly committed aged 10 and 11.
Thank you, Attorney General, through the Chair. And how many 10-year-olds received an incarcerated sentence?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. 0.
0. Thank you. Are you able to provide some information on how many 11 and 12-year-olds within the reporting period received an incarcerated sentence?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. Sorry, I have 10 and 11-year-olds, but don't have 12-year-olds. So if you'd like me to take that on notice.
Yes, please.
Member for Gwadja, could you please restate the question for the record?
Attorney General, could you please provide the breakdown of, do you want me to ask for 11 as well? Could you please give me a breakdown of the number of 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds who received an incarcerated sentence?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for the Gwadja to the minister has been allocated the number 9.10. Member for Gwadja?
you. Attorney General, how many DBO applications were there in the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. We can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Gwadja, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, how many DBO applications were there in the reporting period?
Oh, so that was it. I thought there was more to that one. Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Gwadja of the minister has been allocated the number 9.11. Member for Gwadja?
Thank you. Attorney General, what is the average wait time of a criminal matter waiting to be finalised in the local court? Now, I understand that might be a statistical, or I can wait till local courts if it's easier.
Thank you, Member for Gwadja. That would be our point 3.
No worries. Thank you. If I may, Madam Chair, how many family violence matters achieved an earlier resolution in the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. It could be either a question with the DPP, Director of Public Prosecutions, or the courts.
That's fine. I can save it for that. Madam Chair, Attorney General, how many ram raid offences have been laid since the Criminal Code Amendment Bill was introduced?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So 38 individuals ranging in age from 12 to 40, the average age being 17.2 years, have been charged with 79 ram raid offences, and that is data through to the 9th of June.
And how many of those were sentenced or have been sentenced?
Member for Gwadja, I will let you know what I do have here. So 27 of the individuals and 57 of the charges have been finalised. 15 of the 27 individuals had a finding of guilt recorded on at least one charge, with 13 receiving imprisonment or detention orders, 1 receiving a good behaviour bond, and 1 receiving no penalty conviction orders, and 6 individuals received convictions.
Thank you. And Attorney General, how many posting and boasting charges have been laid?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadja. So for posting and boasting, 17 individuals ranging in age from 12 to 30, average age of 16.5 years, have been charged with 21 post and boast offences.
And how many have... that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Member for Fanny Bay. Oh, sorry. How many have been convicted?
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I gave you the right details for the question you really did want to ask. So the information I have is that 13 of the individuals and 17 of the charges have been finalised. 4 individuals with 1 offence each have not been finalised. 8 of the 13 individuals had a finding of guilt recorded on at least 1 charge, with 2 receiving detention orders, 2 receiving good behaviour orders, 2 receiving no penalty conviction orders, and 2 receiving no further trouble orders. The other 5 individuals had charges withdrawn and or dismissed, and no convictions were recorded.
Thank you, Attorney General. Attorney General, since the government changed the bail laws, how many additional people have been refused bail?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwaja. I'll give you the information I do have, and there's lots of stats in this area, but let's see if it answers that question. So since the bail reforms, the use of bail has decreased relatively, and to remand, and offences charged to persons on bail have decreased. The number of people on bail increased by 17% between 31 March 24 and 31 March 26, while the number of people on remand increased by 34% between those dates. And this means the remand increased faster than bail over a 2-year period. I think that may help with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You would have the quantum number of how many people applied for bail and how many people have been refused bail.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwaja. Because the number is covered through the courts, but also there's other types of bail as well, we can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Gwaja, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, could you please provide the committee with a breakdown of the number of people who applied for bail through the courts and who were rejected bail through the courts?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes, apologies. I was just checking if we had that after the slight change of the question. So, yes, I accept the question.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Gwaja of the minister has been allocated to number 9.12. Member for Gwaja.
Thank you. Attorney General, could you provide the committee with the number of people who have entered into a guilty plea within the last reporting period, and what's that in comparison to the last reporting period?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwaja. That would be a question under the courts output.
Okay, I'll save it for that one.
Member for Johnston, you have a follow-up?
Just a couple of brief follow-ups from a couple of things raised there. Minister, can you clarify that the 8 people that you said had a conviction of guilt on at least one charge, was that a conviction for their post and boast charge?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. Yes, so post and boast, 8 of the 13 individuals had a finding of guilt recorded on at least one charge.
And the charge was for post and boast? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. Also, just in relation to figures for 10 and 11-year-olds, can you give the figure of how many 10 and 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds were remanded in custody?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. So I ran through those individual charges before, and the question for the Member for Gwaja was about how many were sentenced. What I don't have in front of me is the numbers of the remand right here, but if I find it in the meantime, we'll let you know, but we could probably take that one on notice, Chair.
Member for Johnston, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you. So, thank you, Chair. Minister, just what I'm interested in knowing is how many 10, 11 and 12-year-olds were charged with offences, were remanded in custody and were found guilty.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The
Minister.
question asked of the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated number 9.13. Member for Johnston, are you finished with the follow-ups?
They were my follow-ups, yep, Sam.
Member for Gwadger?
Thank you. Attorney General, I'm wanting to understand statistically, has there been or is there a way to measure if there's been an increase in the severity of offence?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. The answer is yes, and that's the National Index of Offences measure that can be used.
Thank you, Attorney General. Attorney General, has there been an increase in the Northern Territory in the severity of offending?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. So we haven't assessed against the National Index, Offences Index, but we have seen a reduction in the number of offences against a person, and so therefore that data is available.
Is that data publicly available or would it need to be requested?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. So the National Offence Index doesn't publish that publicly, but we could provide data on the offences against the person in the Northern Territory.
So I guess my question is, I'm wanting to understand within the criminal justice system, offences might be down, but is the severity increasing?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. So the National Offence Index is based on the type of offence, not the specifics of the offending.
So through the Chair, Attorney General, can you confirm if the Northern Territory has experienced an increase in the severity of assaults against a person or violent acts of behaviour in the Territory?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. The way in which we can measure, I think what your question is asking, is the total offences against the person. And we can see a change from 2025. The total offences was 13,591, and in 2026 it was 12,364, which is a drop of 9% for total offences against the person for the Northern Territory crime statistics.
Thank you, Attorney General. What I'm trying to ask here or understand is, yes, there might be less matters coming before the court, but is the seriousness escalating? Are we seeing less individual charges, but higher assaults or violent acts against an individual that police are charging?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger. So we don't track the severity of the individual case for every single offence or offender. We do it at the level of the category, which is the same system we've had for a very long time.
So I guess, is there or has there been data that is trending to say that we are seeing more violent crime against a person in the Northern Territory?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadger, for the question. I think I've answered that, but it is important to note that we are seeing across all of the categories that I was explaining how it's category based with our data, that there is those offences numbers are trending down, like across most of them, right across the territory. And so I think that that's an important distinction, because obviously the work that we're doing in the Attorney General's Department is in line with that reducing crime strategy to make sure that we're turning the tide around, turning it around so that we are reducing crime and then by its very nature reducing the offences. And so that work continues because that is our priority. And so that's all part of that reducing crime strategy that all of us across government are working to, and there's all those strategic initiatives in there. And so, our number one priority is reducing crime and obviously reducing the number of victims and offences, which is the data that I've been able to provide to you today.
Thank you. So through the chair, Attorney General, I understand and I obviously can read the crime stats, and I can see that there has been decreases in some areas, but when I look at the crime stats, what I do see is that there is an increase in the severity and intensity of violent crimes increasing. Can you confirm if those charges that are being laid by police, there is an increase in the severity and aggression of crime in the territory?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadja. What I can talk about is the types of offences, which I think goes to your point with severity as well, because with the offences against the person, I mentioned this before, but that was 13,591 in 25, and 26 it was 12,364, which is a decrease of 9%. But if I go further down from that, which may assist answering your question, the assaults specifically, when it comes to offences against the person, was 11,277 in the 2025, but in 2026 was 10,081, which is an 11% reduction. But the DV assaults, again, kind of going to your point with the way in which you're looking for these measures, in 25 was 7,541, but in 26 was 6,588. So that's a 13% decrease for domestic violence assaults across the territory. Then when you look at those other types of offences, the offences against property in 25 was 20,938. And then in 26, it went down to 18,444, which is a 12% decrease. And of course, burglaries in dwellings, that in 2025 was 2,737, but in 26 was 2,117, which is a 23% drop. So you can see from the types of offending that across all of those categories, that is reducing. So I think that may help with your question.
Madam Chair, crime very well can be decreasing, but what I'm wanting to understand is the individual charges that are being laid, are those charges becoming more aggravated? So what I'm asking, DV numbers might be down, but the charges being laid by the police might be more serious and more aggravated and be more intensified. How do I find out that data? Because you've said to me maybe DV's down, but we know in places maybe like Palmerston, DV's up. So I want to understand the severity. Is there an increase? Yes, there might be lower numbers overall, but are people becoming more violent?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I think the question that you're asking is around what happens like at the end through the charges. Obviously, there's a police file. There's also prosecutions that happen, and then there's a process through the court. So, and then there's sentencing. So once that's all been through, that's like an individual case. And so I don't have that data because I don't really want to talk about the individual cases. But I think it's important that what we do know is that the levels of crime is absolutely reducing across the territory.
I understand. Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney General, what I really want to know is the court will do its process. I absolutely respect that level of independence. What I want to know is, are we seeing an increase in what police are charging? Are police making heavier charges because the violence is becoming more intensified?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwadja. I went through those statistics which show the charges, if you like, so that answers it. So you can see that the charges, which is what you're asking about, has reduced. So I think we are absolutely focusing on reducing that crime, reducing the offences, reducing the number of victims, and all of the stats that are recorded reflect that work that's being done.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one last question, because I guess we're both going to disagree on this subject. I can acknowledge that you are saying that there are statistics that are trending down. I'm wanting to, I guess, unpack when police are proceeding to charge an individual, is the severity of those charges increasing because people have been subjected to more hostile domestic violence situations? I can accept that you might not have that data.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Gwadja. Maybe one way of looking at this that might help you, because I do understand, I'm just trying to work out which areas I can provide you the information, is to look at the Supreme Court increases. I guess if something's quite serious, it's a matter that ends up in the Supreme Court. So if you look at the Supreme Court data to see, that might help with that severity.
Okay, so just to be clear, through the Chair, AGD necessarily doesn't have that data, but the Supreme Court might.
So the data that AGD collect from police
is just
and
the number of charges,
that's
not
correct.
the severity.
Yeah, so and that's the system that we've had for many years. We haven't changed that since coming to government. But we were trying to assist with answering the question in terms of how you would like to see the information and the Supreme Court matters and how they've increased because of the nature of the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, where more serious charges are heard and dealt with. That might be a better analysis that you're looking for.
Thank you. So through the Chair, has the number of Supreme Court matters increased?
It is in the other output, but I'll have a look to see if I can find it,
Thank
given
you,
we've been over this for a while. Otherwise, we can wait until I have my court officials.
Look, if it's easier to wait for the court, I'm happy to do that.
Minister, unless you have the answer right now. You do?
I can assist. Thank you, Chair. Okay, great. So if we measure two like for likes for reporting periods, the 24-25 to March, the end of March 25, if we look at it like this, the criminal lodgements for the Supreme Court was 457. And then in the same period to March 26 was 542. Then if we look at the criminal finalisations, that may or may not assist, because I guess it's a similar, it doesn't reflect the charges, but the criminal finalisations was 441 in the previous period and 481 in the March 2026.
Thank you. And through the Chair, could you give me a comparison of the property damage offences for this reporting period versus last reporting period for Palmerston?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the Palmerston data, which I have, do you want the comparison from last year to this year? Yes. Yeah. So the comparison I have with me is the April 2024 through to March 2025 and the April 2025 through to March 26. The offences against the person was 1355 in March 25, and it was now in March 2026 1421. That is a increase of 5%. The assaults was 1082 in March 25 period, and then in period March 26 it went to 1159, an increase of 7%. The DV assaults was 694 in March 25, an increase to 13% by 13% to 783 in March 26. Sorry, I should say it's the full period, not just the month. The offences against property in March 25 was 2307, and in March 26 was 2548, and that's an increase of 10%. Offences against, burglaries of dwellings was in March 25, 269, and then through to March 26 was 185. That is a decrease of 31%. The burglaries of non-residential for March 2025 was 137, and then in March 26 went down by 75, and it was a decrease of 45%. And then theft was 1,103 to March 25, and in March 26 was 1,222, which was an increase of 11%. And in Palmerston, property damage was March 2025, which was 798, and March 26 was 1,066, which was an increase of 34%.
Thank you, Minister. We just have a follow-up question from the member for Johnston.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. This is directly following up from the questions in relation to crime stats and court stats. So maybe you can help me understand this. Do the department, some crime stats, report offences when they've been charged by police or when findings of guilt are recorded by courts?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. And the crime stats are recorded when the offence was committed, which is before the offence was charged.
So when I look at the local court data, the most recent local court data, it says that the number of criminal offences has increased in 2025-26 and is in fact higher than any other year over the last decade. Are you also looking at that same data?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. So the data in the local court is records of the lodgements in the local court, so not necessarily crime statistics, which is recorded by AGD as those offences committed. So those numbers won't match. They're very different.
When you say lodgements, can you be very clear for me about what that means?
So lodgements means the new cases started in the courts.
Okay, so that would be a criminal offence, would be a case started in the court, but someone may not have been sentenced yet. Is that right?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. So the lodgements may include for one person a number of offences, and that's why that data is the way it is. It's not about the number of offenders.
And your stats that you're talking about, your crime stats, are about the number of offenders or about the number of offences?
Member for Johnston, so the crime stats is the number of offences committed, and then the lodgements in the court is multiple offences in the court.
Thank you, Minister. Sorry, can you explain to me the difference between the number of offences committed? I don't see how those two figures are different. I think you said initially I heard you say one is about the individual who may have committed multiple offences, but then you said your stats are actually talking about specific offences, not individuals. Is that right? No, that's right. So the numbers will be higher.
Thank you. Member for Johnston, just to clarify, there are three different things that happen. There's incidents, there's offences, and there's lodgements, and they all differ because they're at different phases within the system. So those numbers differ as well.
Thank you, Minister. So the crime stats that you're reporting, what specifically are you reporting against? Which of those?
Member for Johnson, we report on the offences that occur in criminal offences.
Is it when a crime is committed? Is it when the police show up? Is it when someone's charged? Is it when someone's found guilty?
Member for Johnson, it's when police record the what has been committed.
Thank you. So the stats that are coming before the court, the local court, and we also heard now the Supreme Court, are significantly higher than the stats that you're talking about there. Do you accept that that actually shows that the crime rates are higher? And I take note also of my colleague here saying that many cases actually don't get as far as the criminal justice. Many crimes don't get as far as being reported. So we would presume this is an underreporting.
Thank you for the question, Member for Johnston. I guess one thing I want to say is that we haven't changed any of the way in which data is recorded. So it's the same way the data has been recorded for many, many years under any governments. And so, like I explained, we capture the information from when police record the data. And then there's the charges, and then there's what's brought before the court as a lodgement. And so, we know that there is still so much more work to be done on the whole system. I mean, that is why we have a reducing crime strategy. I mean, even the statistics that I read out for Palmerston, that was a clear indication of the work that is still required, that we have to focus on reducing crime, and that's why when we weren't seeing those numbers budge. It doesn't matter how we record them; they're not budging. So there's still a problem out there. No one can dispute that, and so that's why the police, and I commend them, set up that Operation Ventura, and that's why they're working together with all the different agencies. I think having the same sets of data that we've had for a very long time, we're reporting on that. They are at different areas that get recorded at different times, and I know it's a bit confusing. It's certainly taken a long time for me to get my head around, and I'm still asking the questions, and that's the nature of statistics and data.
Chair, I have a follow-up on the data.
Just 1 second. Is it a follow-up to the specific area of questioning? Member for Karama?
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on the member for Gwodger's request for information on crime stats regarding Palmerston. Can you give me the same stats relevant to the northern suburbs, please, including my electorate of Karama, Malak and Nucky Lagoon?
Thank you for the question, Member for Karama. So we record it's recorded as Darwin and Palmerston. So I don't
Darwin
know.
will do.
You're happy with Darwin?
Yep.
Okay, I'll get that data for you. So, member for Karama in Darwin, and I'll do the same comparison because you mentioned the Palmerston stats. So it's April 24 to March 25 versus April 25 to March 26. If you like, I won't say there's 2 years every time. I'll just say the numbers. So offences against the person, 3,390, down to 2,971, which is a decrease of 12%. Assault was 2,670, down to 2,319, which is a decrease of 13%. DV assault was 1,470, down to 1,272, a decrease of 13%. Offences against the property, 6,291, down to 5,450, decrease of 13%. Burglaries for dwellings, 575, down to 355, a decrease of 38%. Burglaries of non-residential, 310, down to 159, a decrease of 49%. Theft, 3,342, down to 2,811, a decrease by 16%. Property damage, 2,064, increased by to 2,125, which is an increase of 3%.
Member for Johnston.
Yeah, just to finish that line of questioning, Minister, I understand that you are saying that the data is complex. I also hear you say that the measuring of it hasn't changed. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the data that we have in front of us with the court stats and the police and the stats that you're using, which I'm still, I'm not confused. I'm just actually not clear about exactly what it is you're measuring when you give your statistics. But what I can see clearly is that the court stats are significantly higher than the stats that you're continually repeating.
Yeah, okay. I've just had it clarified, which is actually a very good point, member for Johnston, that these court statistics that you're looking at also include like traffic offences and drug offences, which aren't in the ones that I've read out previously.
So they're not counted as part of your crime stats?
Member for Johnston, the crime statistics that we record, which, like I said, hasn't changed, is all about the victim and crime against, like, the victim, not necessarily traffic.
So the victimless crimes are not recorded? What?
Member for Johnston, they are recorded, but they're not reported as part of the crime statistics.
Okay. So maybe I'm happy to take this on notice, because obviously I'm asking for some detailed data here, whether you can provide data on the number of offences charged by police, lodged in the local court, and then resulting in guilty pleas. Guilty findings, sorry, not guilty pleas.
Can I just clarify, Member for Johnston, would you have a particular period of time for that? Because, like I said, that process in and of itself is different times, and so therefore it kind of goes up and down a lot. Do you have a preference
Minister,
on
it
that?
would have to be during the reporting period for estimates, so it would have to be up until March. Yep.
And, sorry, another point of clarification, Chair, is it for a particular offence?
No, for all offences.
Member for Johnston, could you repeat the question for the record?
Data for the reporting period, data on the number of all offences, 1 charged by police, 2 lodged in the local court, and 3 resulting in guilty findings. Minister,
Do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked by the member for Johnston of the Minister has been allocated the number 9.14. Member for Arnhem, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in regards to the statistics and reporting, when a car, business or home is broken into and police are called but do not attend a job to that premises or to that property, is that still recorded in the statistics? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. That is a question for the police.
I'm just checking, does your department keep the statistics for all departments, or does police keep the separate statistics and then provide to AGD?
Thank you, Member for Arnhem. Just to clarify, so police record the data and then Attorney General's Department analyses the data.
Thank you. So just saying you don't have visibility if police do not attend a job, that you don't have visibility in the crime stats division for AGs to see if a job has been attended, and that if that job is recorded, or is it attended, not attended and still recorded as a crime?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Arnhem. It really is a question for police, because whatever data is being recorded, the AGD department analyses whatever that looks like.
Member for Guadja?
Thank you. So just following on from that questioning, does the police SERPRO system provide anything to the AGD statistical department?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Guadja. So the data that the police record as part of their day-to-day work is what AGD have access to
So it's
analyse.
SERPRO.
That's correct, SERPRO.
So we could ask for this at a later date around the question that the member for Arnhem has asked, to interrogate that data for the statistics unit to review or analyse, as you've said.
Thank you, Chair and Member for Guadja. So we don't have access into the system. We have a set of data which is provided to do the analysing.
Okay, thank you. So is every crime that's reported that gets exacerbated from SERPRO to the statistical unit?
Can you just clarify? I don't really
Extracted,
okay,
exacerbated.
extracted.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so can you just say it again with the terminology?
Does every reported crime get exacerbated?
Extracted.
Extracted
I know you had a late
from
night last night.
SERPRO and handed over to AGs.
Okay, so sorry, can I just clarify the question, because we're all laughing, and it's a very serious matter. So
But yeah, does every crime that's reported to police get extracted from SERPRO and handed over to AGs?
Yes.
It does. So if the police were lodging in all of these offences, then they should be being extracted by the statistic unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Member for Guadja. Are there any other questions on output 2.4?
No.
No? Okay. That concludes consideration of output 2.4 and output group 2. I now call for questions on output group 3, Justice Services, output 3.1, which is higher courts.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Guadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, how many people across the territory are on bail?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Guadja. I can give you the number as at the 31st of March 2026.
Yes, please.
So adults on bail is 1,876 and youth on bail is 235.
235, thank you. And how many people, through the chair, are fitted with electronic monitoring bracelets as part of their bail conditions?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Member for Gwaja. So, adults on bail with electronic monitoring, as at the 31st of March 2026, is 476, and youth on bail with electronic monitoring, as at the 31st of March 2026, is 106.
106, thank you. So, Attorney General, through the chair, what's the cost of electronic monitoring?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwaja. So that cost and would sit with other corrections or police who use those devices.
Okay. Are you aware of what the capacity is in terms of electronic monitoring in the Territory? How many, how many bracelets do you have?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwaja. That information sits with corrections.
Thank you. Attorney General, the question that I asked before around, do you have the data on how many people have pled guilty this reporting period in comparison to the last reporting period?
Can you just clarify, Member for Gwaja, which court you're referring
I'm going to ask you for both.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair and Member for Gwaja. So I do have the criminal lodgements number, which I may have read out before, for each of the courts. But what you're asking for is specifically the guilty one, please.
Yeah, the guilty pleas.
Please.
Yeah.
And I've been informed that that data is available. It's just that we haven't split it out in the report, but I am happy to take that
Thank
question
you.
on notice. I'll just double check if it's for each court. Yeah, that would be for both courts.
Member for Gwaja, please restate the question for the record.
Thank you. Attorney General, could you please provide the number of people who have pled guilty in the higher and lower courts and provide us the comparison from this reporting period to the previous?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Gwaja to the minister has been allocated the number 9.15. Member for Gwaja.
Thank you. Could you please provide how many matters went through the higher courts in the reporting period?
I can. So, Member for Gwaja. In the reporting period to March 2026, in the higher courts, criminal lodgements was 542. Criminal finalisations was 481. Criminal listings was 5,683. We have a criminal pending workload, but I just want to put a caveat around that this one's at the 1st of April, so it's a day after, is 781. And the jury trials, the number is 61. And the jury sitting days to the 31st of March 2026 is 324.
Great, thank you. And through the chair, how many are currently before the High Court? The higher court, I should say.
Thank you, Member for Gwaja. So as of the 31st of March 2026, the criminal pending workload, which I guess is before, is 781. That
Thank you.
That's I have to put the caveat around that one. It says at the 1st of April.
Right, thank you. And through the chair, how many listed matters before the court?
So criminal listings
Yes.
to the 31st of March 2026 is 5,683.
83. Thank you. And Attorney General, how far do the listings go?
I just want to clarify what that question was again, Member for Gwadja.
So how
the listing,
far? How far do the listings go? Like, what are you listing for at the moment?
Oh, as in when the next one
Yes.
would be
Yep.
slotted into the system?
Yeah, like if someone goes to court
Yeah.
and then a matter's got to be listed.
Yeah, I understand.
How far?
Great.
Through the chair, if I might provide some context, because I've been in your situation, that's for jury and non-jury.
You want both?
Yep.
Sorry, you'd like both of those, okay? Because I have a jury one. Okay. So thank you, Member for Gwadja. So the non-jury trial can be heard straight away.
Straight away.
But the jury trial is February 2027. I might just add for that, Member for Gwadja, because it might help with the earlier question, that if we compare in 25 to 26 of the criminal listings, which goes to the jury trial timings, there was in 2025 to the 30th of June 7,178, but then to March 31 it's 5,683.
Thank you. Are there any other questions around Output Group 3.1, Higher Courts?
Yes.
Member for Johnston?
This may be a follow-up or a repeat of what the member for Gwadja just asked. I think I asked earlier about whether you'd analyse whether any change in the proportion of murder allegations resolving by guilty plea since the mandatory laws came in, and you said too early to tell. Is that right? Are you able to more broadly, do you have any data on whether the sentencing reforms more broadly are contributing to an increase in Supreme Court trials, increase in time and costs?
Member for Johnson, I think my answer sort of remains the same, is that it's too early to tell in terms of the sentencing that we amended this year.
The sentencing, the legislation amended in 24 and 25, has that had any impact into this period?
Thank you, Member for Johnston. I think what you're asking about in regards to those specific cases of those specific matters, not individually but even broadly, there's so many factors involved with how that a person is and does and how that all is impacted. So I don't have a specific answer to the specificness of that. I think there's so much involved in that. But I guess the point is that under our Reducing Crime strategy, there are already a number of initiatives that are being rolled out, but also still being worked on. And so it takes into account like all of the things as a community that are expected of government to work on. And like that's the priority of how we are dealing with reducing crime.
Thank you. Are you doing any trend analysis over that time or?
Thank you, through the chair and member for Johnston. So through the Reducing Crime strategy and the targets, we have what the measure shows for every target that we have, and also what does success look like for every target. We also have the reporting for each of those targets as well. Yeah. So I guess specifically to what you're asking about, target number 4, which sits under my portfolio, is improved access to swift, fair and rehabilitative justice. And of course, what the measure shows is improvements in progressing criminal matters and access to offender programs. And then what does success look like? The territory justice system is faster, fairer, and provides more rehabilitation opportunities. And the reporting of that, the way we are reporting on it, is time to finalise criminal cases, pending court caseloads, time on remand, offender program completions, offender training and education completions, and prison capacity. Bearing in mind that even though this is a whole of everybody's agency together document, so some of those don't fit under the Attorney General's department, but the work we do informs that reporting for that measure to be addressed.
Thank you, Minister. The time is now 12 o'clock. We will break for lunch and return at 12:30. Thank you.
You got it right again.
Thank you, everybody, for coming back on time. We are back and we are still currently on higher courts, output 3.1. Are there any further questions?
No.
That concludes consideration of output 3.1. I have had some advice that there are no further questions, so I might group some of these together. Can you indicate if you do have any?
Yes, we have
Areas?
questions for output. We have questions for output at 3.2, the lower court.
Okay, we'll start there. And committee will now consider output 3.2, lower courts. Are there any questions? Member for Gorgia.
Sorry, I just had to. Thank you. Attorney General, how many matters went through the lower court in the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Gorgia. And I do want to start by thanking all of the members who work in the courts. It has been a very full-on, probably last decade, but in particular the last 18 months, because, when we came to government, we took on a view that we would be not only working to rectify the justice system, but there was going to be increased demand on the system. So I do want to thank every single person that works in that area. There's many of you, and you all have done an amazing job, because it's a very tiresome job, but important job. So I just want to make sure I get that on the record. And of course, we know that there's a lot of work to do, so that work continues, especially in our part of the reducing crime strategy is also about looking at the swift access to justice, swift justice itself, the demand pressures. So given that, I will get this data for you for over the past 12 months. The court has maintained those strong throughput with high volumes of criminal and domestic and family violence matters being managed, but efficiently. There have been significant improvements in the performance of the local court. We have had a 12% increase in finalisations compared with 24-25, and a 38% increase in finalisations compared to 23-24. There has been a reduction of 19% in the local court pending workload, and a 13% reduction in youth court pending workload compared with last year, which means that there are fewer outstanding matters. There is a 19% reduction in listings per finalised matter in the local court, and a 31% reduction in the youth court, a 17% reduction in persons on local court remand, and a 24% reduction in youth court remand since the 1st of July 2025. And I'm just going to find the data for you. Here we go. So for the period the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026, the local court criminal lodgements was 11,823. The youth criminal lodgements was 1,748.
Thank you, Attorney General. And how many are currently before the lower court?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gorgia. The local court criminal pending workload is 4,357 as at the 31st of March 2026.
Thank you. And Attorney General, how many listed matters before the courts?
Just some clarification, Member for Gorgia. When you say listed matters, do you mean the local court criminal listings?
Yes.
Member for Guadja, the local court criminal listings for the period the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026 is 56,924.
56,924.
924.
And through the chair, how far do the listings go?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Guadja. So for a plea, you can get on a listing straight away. For a contested hearing in custody is the 26th. Sorry, that's not true. It's November in 2026. And the non-custody is February 2027.
Thank you. And just leading into that, Attorney General, I know I asked you a question previously in the higher courts, but could I also ask you to provide the number of people in the youth court that have pleaded guilty over the past 12 months or the reporting period? I know I asked you for the high and the low court, but I wasn't specific enough, I don't think, about youth court as well.
Thank you, Chair and Member for Guadja. I'm happy to take that one on notice to add to the other one. Sure.
So just point of order, not for you. Do you need us to add that, or will it just be added to the original question?
Another question.
Another question?
If you could please repeat the question for the
Okay,
record.
thank you.
that'd be great.
Attorney General, could you please provide the committee with the number of young people who have been through the youth court who have entered into a guilty plea for the reporting period, and how that compares to the last reporting period?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Guadja to the minister has been allocated the number 9.16. Member for Guadja?
Thank you. I think the member for Johnson had a question on the lower court, and then I'm happy to go to NT Cat.
Member for Johnston?
I actually had a question where I made a now, sorry, I'm not sure where it goes. It could have been in the high. If it fits anywhere. Attorney General, the High Court of Australia has just ruled that the NT government's liable for damages in the case of the 4 boys who were gassed in Dondale 12 years ago. The Binsaris, O'Shea, Webster and Austral versus NT government was appealed all the way to the High Court. My question is, can you provide a breakdown of costs over the 12 years at all court levels? How much has the NT government spent defending this case?
So just a quick question. Are you asking for data for outside of the reporting period or just for the reporting period? Thank you. I'll leave that with the minister to confirm.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. I do understand it's a very long-standing case over multiple governments. Therefore, if you want some specifics, I'll have to take that on notice. It probably would have been under a different output earlier, but yeah, I just don't have that information at hand. The challenge that I'm working through is it's well beyond the reporting period because it did span over such a long time.
I understand. If you are happy to take it on notice, I'll put it in. Otherwise, yep. Thank you, Minister.
Yep. Member for Johnston, could you please repeat the question for the record?
Please provide a breakdown of costs, including at Supreme and High Court levels, the NT government has spent on defending the Benares case.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Sarah, sorry.
The question of the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated the number 9.17. Member for Johnston, you still going?
Yeah, does the Community Justice Centre come under lower courts?
I think it's 3.2.3, which is the next output, I think. Are we on 3.2.1?
We are just on 3.2, which covers the the following points. So 3.3 will be the next one. So 3.2.
So sorry, was it 3.2 or 3.3?
Member for Johnston, it's 3.2.3, and we are currently on not that, 3.2.2, so it's the next output.
I have to just interject there. So the output we're on now is 3.2. We don't have a further following on from that with the points. So it's 3.2 encompassing all of 3.2. The next output we move on will be 3.3. So if there's a 3.2.3, it's in 3.2. Does that? Thank you.
I see what you're saying, Chair, and I do apologise. So in that case, I think the member for Johnston may ask in this output. That's all we're trying to say.
Minister, just seeking information on funding to the Community Justice Centre in this reporting period. Into the future.
Thank you, Member for Johnston, through the Chair. So there's been no change to the budget for the Community Justice Centre, but it doesn't specifically have its own line.
Thank you. So if there's no change to funding, can you say how much that funding is?
Member for Johnston, under the budget outputs, there's a number of areas that the Community Justice Centre kind of works across, and so it's not specifically split out in the way you're asking. We are going to try and get that data for you before the end of estimates, but if not, I can take it on notice, Chair, to make sure that it doesn't get missed.
Yeah, if you would just please repeat the question for the record.
Appreciate, Minister. Can you provide the total funding to the Community Justice Centre?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked of the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated the number 9.18. Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what's the current average wait time for a lower court matter to be heard?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. It goes to what I was saying before about the wait time. So the local court, as a contested hearing of someone in custody, is up to the November 2026. The non-custody is February 2027. But if you want to enter a plea, there's no wait for that.
Are you able to tell what the longest time is that someone's had to wait for their matter to be heard?
Because it's a specific number about that, as in the longest, like we look at all the data together, but if you want to know specifically the longest that it's been in that reporting period, I can take that on notice.
Member for Johnston, please repeat the question for the record.
Thank you. What's the longest period of time that someone's waited in the reporting period to have their matter heard in the lower courts?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Johnston to the minister has been allocated the number 9.19. Member for Johnston, do you still have questions? You've finished. Are there any other questions on output 3.2? No. That concludes consideration of output 3.2. The committee will now proceed to output 3.3, Anti-Civil and Administrative Tribunal, or NT-CAT as we know. Are there any questions?
Yes.
Member for Gwadja.
Thank you. Attorney General, how many NT-CAT applications have been brought against social housing tenants by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development and community housing providers, retrospectively, in the last 2 years?
Member for Gwadja, thank you for the question. So, against social housing tenants by social housing tenants by the Department of Housing, like you want the total number?
So I guess it's in two parts. So how many NT-CAT applications have been brought against social housing tenants by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development and community housing providers retrospectively in the last 2 years?
So I have the reporting period data, so I can go through that with you. And if it's okay with you, I have like a breakdown of the community housing group and the cases filed by the community housing group against the tenant. So I can run through those with you. So the community housing group is 6. The
6?
Yeah. Gundajimi is 1. The CEO of housing is 100. St Vincent is 3. Venture Housing Proprietary Limited is 48. Mission Australia is 22. Top End Mental Health Services is 2. And Yili Ruang Aboriginal is 15.
15, was that?
15, apologies, yeah. What was the second one? The second one, Gundajimi. Sorry, Gunjami. Oh, wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Could you provide a breakdown of the orders against social housing tenants by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development in the reporting period? So I guess that's kind of termination for antisocial behaviour, compensation of that nature.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Gwadja. So I can take you through each one that I have. The orders against social housing tenants, which are sought by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development and community housing providers between the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026 are the Community Housing Central, the compensation granted was nil, the compensation dismissed was nil, the compensation withdrawn was 1, the compensation consent order was nil, the compensation not finalised is nil. Then if we go to the compensation, termination and possession, granted was nil, dismissed was nil, withdrawn was 4, consent order was nil, and not finalised was 1.
Thank you. And just, Attorney General, are you able to provide the number of matters that were brought against the department from the applicant, being the tenant?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Guadja. So for the community housing data for the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026, the cases filed by the tenant against the community housing group. The community housing group was 1. Do you want me to go through those
Yes,
other
please.
ones? The CEO Housing was 4. The Venture Housing Proprietary Limited was 1. And Ili Ruang Aboriginal was 1.
And that is just for, that's the reporting period, right? Or the
That's
year?
right. No, that's the reporting period.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on Output 3.3? Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, given, or just in relation to that, is that an increase in numbers for NTCAT?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. What I do have in front of me, which I hope is helpful for you, is the number of new proceedings commencing in NTCAT for the year of the 1st of July 2024 to the 30th of June 2025. But then again, we've got another set of data for the 1st of July 25 to 16th of April 2026. So that may be helpful, but what I have got is residential tenancies as a class type, but what it doesn't do is break it down between the private residential tenancies or agents and community housing providers and public housing providers. But I can tell you that the case type under residential tenancies for that year, July 24 to June 25, was 578 cases, and then July to the 16th of April 26 that I said was 517. So I hope that's helpful in terms of answering that question.
Thank you. And are you able to give me the global numbers for NTCAT?
Can you just clarify what you'd like
All
regarding
cases.
global?
All cases coming before NTCAT, so not just in relation to housing.
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. So the case types, as you may know, there's many types of cases. The total brought before the NTCAT for the reporting period, actually it's from the 1st of July 25 to the 16th of April 26, so slightly outside the reporting period, was 1,747.
1747. And do you have data on the previous period available?
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. So the previous period, which was that July to June to 25, was 2,178.
Thank you. And just one other question on the housing matters coming to NTCAT. Does the department keep data on how many terminations through that mean eviction into homelessness?
Sorry, Member for Johnson, can I just clarify what specifically is the data that you're looking for in that relation?
If a matter comes to NTCAT and the outcome is eviction, how many of those cases are eviction into homelessness?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So NTCAT records the outcome of the case, but not necessarily the other components around the case.
Thank you,
We
Minister.
just have a
Madam Chair.
follow-up from the member for Blaine.
Sorry, yeah, I have a
if that's
follow-up
okay.
on that line of questioning. So just talking about the outcomes of those housing matters, in the reporting period, do you have any numbers or percentages of outcomes that you can share with us regarding those, brought by the department and the various CHPs? Like whether they were adjourned indefinitely or tenancy terminated or whatever the outcome was?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the Member for Blaine. I do have, so I was able to give the Member for Guadja the Community Housing Central data. There are other sections of that, so CEO of housing, you mentioned public housing. I have that data as well. And I'm happy to go through each of the providers where we do have those outcomes, including with housing. And of course, I've already said the Community Housing Central, but if you'd like me to continue, I can.
Yeah, it's the outcomes. So
The
we've got
outcomes.
the numbers initiated. If we could get an idea of the outcomes, whether they were,
Yes.
thank you.
So, like whether they were granted or consent orders given, that whether they were dismissed or withdrawn, is that important as well? Yes. Okay, great. Yep. I just wanted to clarify because there's a lot of data. All right, so I can walk you through for your benefit. So that was the orders against social housing tenants sought by the Department of Housing, Local Government and Community Development and community housing providers between the 1st of July 2025 to the 31st of March 2026. And I'll go through those now. So the first one is Community Housing Central. The outcomes, so with compensation, the number granted was nil, dismissed was nil, withdrawn was 1, the consent order was nil, and not finalised is nil. When it comes to compensation, termination and possession, there was nil granted, nil dismissed, 4 withdrawn, nil consent orders and 1 not finalised. And then Gunjami, I'm going to get that right by the end of this. Gunjami, the information I have is compensation, termination and possession for granted, dismissed, withdrawn and consent order is all nil, and then 1 not finalised. CEO Housing, compensation, we have 2 that were granted, 1 withdrawn, 1 consent order, and 1 not finalised. Entry to premises and inspection, granted was 38, dismissed was nil, withdrawn was 23, consent order was nil, and not finalised was 9. Compensation, termination and possession, 8 were granted, 1 was dismissed, 14 were withdrawn, 2 had a consent order, and nil were not finalised. There's a few more. For St Vincent's, compensation, termination and possession, 2 were granted, 1 was dismissed, and there were nil withdrawn, nil consent order and nil not finalised. For Yili Rawang Aboriginal Corporation, there was the compensation, termination and possession, there were 7 granted, 1 dismissed, 4 withdrawn, nil consent order and 3 not finalised. For Venture Housing, the compensation, termination and possession, there were 24 granted, nil dismissed, 9 withdrawn, 2 consent order and 12 not finalised. For entry to premises and inspections, there were nil granted, nil dismissed, 1 withdrawn, and nil order consent and nil not finalised. Top end mental health, there was for the compensation, termination, possession, there were 2 granted, nil dismissed, nil withdrawn, nil consent orders, and nil not finalised. And last one is Mission Australia, the compensation, termination, and possession. We had nil granted, 1 dismissed, 6 withdrawn, 11 consent order, and 4 not finalised.
Thank you. Are there any other questions around output 3.3?
Just one, Madam Chair.
For Gwadja?
Attorney General, how many applications dealt with by NTCAT relate to bond disputes? And then no further questions on that then.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. I did talk about the case type being residential tenancies and those numbers, but what I don't have the breakdown in my folder is the ones relating to bond, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Gwadja, please restate the question for the record.
Attorney General, how many applications dealt with by NTCAT relate to bond disputes?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
Thank you. The question asked from Member for Gwadja to the Minister has been allocated the number 9.20. Are there any other questions on output 3.3, NTCAT?
No.
Thank you. That concludes consideration of output 3.3. The committee will now move on to output 3.4, Register General. Register General. Oh my God. Registrar General. Are there any questions?
No.
That concludes consideration of output 3.4. The committee will now consider output 3.5, Parole Board. Are there any questions?
No.
No. That concludes consideration of output 3.5 and output group 3. I'm just wondering if you have specific questions in output group 4 or 5 that you would like me to target. 4? Output 4? Okay, I will now call for questions on output group 4, Director of Public Prosecutions, output 4.1, Director of Public Prosecutions. Are there any questions? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Attorney General. What are the current staffing levels, vacancy rates and staff turnover rates within the DPP?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson, for the question. I think I need to thank the staff of the DPP because they've certainly done a huge amount of work over the last 18 months on the back of the crime crisis that we inherited that we needed to absolutely turn around. So I do thank all of the staff, and they do continue to deliver strong results and prosecution outcomes, and was what Territorians expect. So we do thank them for that. I do want to put on the record that the conviction rate remains at 97%, exceeding the target of 95%. And then, of course, we've just spoken at length about the local courts and the DPP work in that space, of course, and the local court matters are being finalised efficiently, with 88% completed within 12 months. And those prosecutors continue to manage their increasing numbers of serious and complex matters. So when it comes to the staff that are at the DPP, we have on record here the DPP employed 62 prosecutors as at the 31st of March 2026. And the total number of staff for the pay period 20 for 25-26 was 119.74.
Thank you. And the vacancy rate?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The vacancies are number of vacancies at 18.
Thank you. How many full-time employees of DPP are there in Katherine?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. The number in Katherine is 2.
Full-time staff, Minister? Thank you.
Yes, full-time.
And just following up on Katherine, how many criminal matters have been adjourned multiple times in Katherine over the past 12 months?
That'll be under court.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I will try and locate that, but I'll just have to go back in my folder because it was for the local courts.
Yes.
But I'm happy to locate it. I'll give me a couple of minutes, but if I can't, then I can take it on notice. Member for Johnson, I'm sorry, because the officials aren't with me anymore, and that's who I would have asked, so it should have been asked back then.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. I can put it in as a written question. Minister, how is the DPP's conviction rate? You just mentioned the 97% measured. Is that 97% of all charges laid?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I can share with the committee that the key performance indicators that are as per Budget Paper 3, and the way that we measure them is there's a target, and as at the 30th of June 25-26, the target for matters finalised with a guilty verdict is 95%. For Supreme Court criminal matters finalised within 12 months, it's 75%. And for local court criminal matters finalised within 12 months is 80%.
Thank you. This may be a question on notice through the chair. How many charges were laid by police, resulted in guilty findings? One were laid by police, 2 resulted in guilty findings, and 3 were withdrawn by prosecutors.
Thank you, Chair and Member for Johnston. We can take that question on notice. There'll be a lot of work to dig up that data from the different parts of the system, but we can do that.
Appreciated, Minister.
Member for Johnston, please restate the question for the record.
How many charges? 1 were laid by police, 2 resulted in guilty findings, and 3 were withdrawn by prosecutors.
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the Member for Johnston of the Minister is allocated the number 9.21. Member for Johnston's finished.
I've just got one question.
For Gwadja?
Attorney General, I did ask this earlier and you had directed me to the DPP. How many family violence matters achieved early resolution in the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. The Tiger team is probably the best that I can point to in terms of those guilty pleas, and there's a lot of work that's gone into that space, and so there's 893 of those where there's been an early guilty plea. What I don't have with me is what each of those charges were in particular. But what we do know is that a high proportion of them are domestic and family violence related. So of the 893, a large portion of the cases.
Thank you. Through the chair, are you able to take that on notice and provide that breakdown?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadja. We can, but we would have to individually count those 893 cases if you would like the DPP to do that exercise.
No, that's okay. I want them doing other
Madam
things.
Chair, can I ask a follow-up question about the Tiger team?
Member for Blaine?
Minister, so just as you mentioned the Tiger team, are you able to comment on how many matters they've helped to resolve faster than it would take through the courts, and what impact that's had on timelines through the justice system?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Blaine. And yes, because I have talked about this a lot throughout the last couple of months of sittings as well, because I think the Tiger team has been such an important part of what the Director of Public Prosecutions have been part of. We know that over years, it's not just the whole of justice system, but it's the way in which matters were being dealt with. They, at times sat around for too long just because the focus wasn't there from I guess, leadership and ministerial focus. So we've changed that and basically put the Tiger Task Force to work. And, the whole idea is to have a faster justice system, earlier resolutions for for victims, so they don't have to continue the time it takes to go through the system. And quite often there are, with the right amount of evidence available and information going into a team of people who can work on a case and many cases at once, they can determine if something can be early resolved or not. And that's exactly what this team have done. They can identify them, they triage them in a system, and it allows for those cases to be, if they can, dealt with much quicker to an early resolution. And I'm really pleased that the results are showing great signs of improving this whole justice system. We've had 68% of matters have been resolved early or are on track to resolve early. 893, like I said, were finalised during the reporting period. There was 699 new matters that were received in 2026, and 282 of those matters were resolved early through appropriate guilty pleas. And of course, that really matters because we want to have victims spending less time waiting around for those outcomes. And of course, the court resources as well. Like if it continues to be adjourned after adjourned or waiting for months and months, and sometimes much longer than that under the previous government, we didn't want that to continue. We wanted to have it all looked at. The Tiger team was stood up, and I really do thank the team. It's a lot of work that goes into it, but it is worth the work that they're doing, worth the investment in that Tiger team.
Thank you. Are there any other questions in Output Group 4.1? Thank you. That concludes consideration of Output Group 4. We will now move to consider Output Group 5, Independent Officers. Output 5.1, Anti-Discrimination Commission. Just give them 1 second to reset.
Madam Chair, might make it easier. The opposition don't have any questions for the Anti-Discrimination Commission.
Are there any questions? Member for Johnston? Yes. Okay, are there any questions? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Welcome, Commissioner. Microphone. Welcome, microphone. Attorney General, have you consulted with the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner on any of your bills or policies during the reporting period? And can you outline what that consultation consisted of?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So, as you can imagine, I have many independent statutory commissioners and statutory bodies and boards, and so I couldn't tell you exactly who I've met with when and what those reasons are. That's there's quite frankly daily that I meet with different people. What I can say though is that the department does regularly catch up with all of our commissions, and so that work could be done through those mechanisms as well. I think.
Thank you, Minister. So, in relation to the bills that have been passed over the last, presented and passed over the reporting period, have you received any advice on any of those bills from the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member for Johnston. So there's been many bills that we have put through the Parliament in the short time that we have been in government, and many of them have different ways in which they are discussed with whoever is involved in them, and as our priority was when we came to government, and off the back of a resounding election win, that was the territory mandate to make sure we could pass all of those pieces of legislation, which we have done. The work that is done as part of that legislation is different for every piece of legislation. Obviously, many do go to a scrutiny committee, and so there's plenty of opportunities for everyone to get involved in having their say and answering questions of different members of that committee and doing submissions. And I mean, there's many different opportunities for every Territorian to get involved with legislation. So that will continue. Like we are literally implementing our election commitments for the term of this government, and we are going through the process of that legislation under my portfolio to ensure that we pass that legislation.
Thank you, Minister. I'm not asking about general consultation. I'm asking about a consultation and advice from your Commissioner around anti-discrimination in relation to laws that you have brought before the Parliament over the reporting period. So what I understand from what you've said is that you haven't met with the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner and you haven't had any specific advice from the Commissioner in relation to any of those bills.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I think maybe what would be helpful for you is that when we're going through legislation, in my department, there's staff that work in the agency on legislation and policy, and they go through a process of looking at what human rights are there and different elements and impacts, and they can ask different questions of different people, and they do. And so there has been, and I don't have the details, maybe if you could point to something specific, maybe, but I don't have the details of exactly, but there has been occasions where the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner has spoken to my department and, asked for information or provided information. But I think it would depend on what it was that we were working on at the time.
Thank you, Minister. I'm after a pretty kind of forensic answer whether or not you've had specific advice yourself or your office in relation to any bills from the Commissioner. You may not be able to answer that. I'm not sure, but
We are getting into a little bit of a repetitive question, and I believe the Minister has the opportunity to be able to answer that the way that she has, and she has. In fact, do you have a different line of questioning that you would like to go down, Member for Johnston?
in relation to specifics, Minister, in the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner's report, the Commissioner stated that justice reform with this government has made, and I quote, justice reform that this government has made is, quote, it reforms risk criminalising children earlier, exacerbating contact with the justice system and increasing long-term harm, leading to an increase in recidivism rates, increasing, not reducing crime. Specifically in relation to that's a specific example of the work of the Commissioner, attempting to inform your government. I understand that's part of their role. Through the Minister, am I able to ask the Commissioner whether he's been given the opportunity to give you advice?
So I'm the Minister and I'll answer the questions, and I can throw to the officers, or
Absolutely.
I choose not to if I don't want to. So it is up to me. But if you want to finish the question, I'm more than happy to determine if I'm answering it or if I throw to the Commissioner.
Have you been provided explicitly with that advice, and have you responded to it?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. So it is the same question, but I'll just go over to try and clarify. There's been many pieces of legislation that fit within the period in which we're discussing, and like everybody, including the Commissioner and other commissions, have an opportunity to put forward through the process their feedback once it's been provided, and that could be in various different ways as well, I might add. Sometimes it's earlier, sometimes it's during Parliament or during the Scrutiny Committee. I mean, they are very, very different depending on what it is. But what is not different is that the legislation that we put forward as part of our election commitment to reduce crime is unapologetic, and maybe people don't like that. But the majority of Territorians absolutely want to make sure that legislation is brought forward to reduce crime, because that is what they voted for. And so I don't make any apologies for that legislation that has gone forward in the way it's gone forward. And I don't make any apologies for the good outcomes that we're starting to see in the trending down nature of the crime that is reducing across the Territory. And I do need to be really clear. Of course, I've always said, and I'll always put a caveat around this, that there's more work to be done. So there's definitely areas, and I know them all too well, Member for Johnson, that need improving. But what nobody can question us on is what we said we were going to do is exactly what we have done.
Understood, Minister, and that's not what I'm asking about. My very specific question is, can you please provide the committee with all the advice the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner has provided you during the development of any bills during the reporting period?
Thank you, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I do feel like you've asked me the same question over and over. There is many different avenues of input to legislation from many different avenues. So I think I've answered the question.
Chair, I have a different line of questioning for the
Member for
Commissioner.
Blaine.
Minister and to the Commissioner, I have a question around the number of complaints the Anti-Discrimination Office has received from people who are, this is related to the previous line of questioning around NTCAT and housing, the number of complaints received from people going through NTCAT housing proceedings, if he has those numbers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for Blaine. I'm just going to look to see if I've got that specific information. Yeah. No, but member for Blaine, I can take that on notice.
So I'll state it for the record. Minister, do we have data during the reporting period of housing-related complaints received by the Commission and their outcomes, substantiated or not substantiated?
Minister, do you accept the
make
question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member Blaine to the Minister has been allocated the number 9.22. Are there any further questions on the Anti-Discrimination Commission, Output 5.1? That concludes consideration of Output 5.1. The committee will now move on to Output 5.2, the Children's Commissioner. Are there any questions? No? Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Attorney General. Welcome, Commissioner. And I should have said this to the Attorney General, the Anti-Discrimination Commission as well. Thank you for all the work that you do. Similar questions through the Attorney General. Can you table all advice that you've been provided with by the Children's Commissioner over the reporting period?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnson. I'll go through it all again because, like I said, I have many commissions, many commissioners, many statutory boards, many independent ones, and many different people who would like to get involved in the legislation. There are so many, in fact, and I meet with lots of people and get lots of information coming into my office that I don't have my diary in front of me and I don't have all my correspondence in front of me. I mean, you can see lots of correspondences here, but I don't have that information. But what I can say is that if any of those bodies and those groups and independent commissioners or any Territorian has input into the legislation, there's all those processes in place for that to happen.
Thank you. So my understanding is that your Children's Commissioner, the government's and the Northern Territory Government's Children's Commissioner, part of their role is to make recommendations to ministers, public authorities and other bodies on matters relating to the rights, interests and well-being of vulnerable children. So I'm specifically not asking just about anyone who might want to consult, but the Commissioner who has this specific role and what advice you've received from the Commissioner in this period in relation to their role.
Thank you. And of course, as you would know, there's lots of different legislation has been introduced and passed, and they are through various agencies. And so I don't have all of those answers for you because they're about multiple agencies.
I'm asking about one agency and one commissioner.
Member for Johnston, we're going to keep going through this cycle of repetitiveness. I will make a call to cut this line of questioning and move on to any other questions that you have around the Children's Commissioner Output 5.2.
Through the chair, I've got one question for the Children's Commission.
Member for Gwadger?
Thank you. Attorney General, could you just provide how many own initiative inquiries commenced during the reporting period and if they were or weren't published? And then that'll be it for the opposition with questioning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Gwadger. I will take that on notice.
Thank you.
Member for Gwadger, could you please repeat the question for the record?
I can. Thank you. Attorney General, could you please provide a list of self-initiated or own-initiated inquiries for the reporting period and if they were published or not, and obviously the reasons behind why they may not have been published?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Gwadger to the Minister has been allocated the number 9.23. Are there any other questions around Output 5.2?
Yes, I have a
Member for Blaine?
follow-up question to that one. So it'll probably be another question on notice, but just so I know how to ask the question, are there notifications that go to the Children's Commissioner office that would then inform those own initiative investigations? Because I want to ask a question around how many notifications are coming in, which would then inform the number of...
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Blaine. When you talk about notifications, you might be talking about a different department. Is that what you mean, or?
Well, I assume like when the Children's Commissioner starts an own initiative investigation, probably be based on something. I assume it's probably not based on media reporting. So there's probably people making independent reports. To the
Point of
Commissioner.
order, through the chair, Minister Carl spoke last night about substantiations and notifications, what they would deal with and what the Commission would deal with.
That does come through the Minister for Children and Families. So,
Well, no, it's about the information received by the Office of the Children's Commissioner that the Commissioner then uses to determine whether they initiate own initiative investigations.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Blaine. So maybe if you could be specific in terms of what you're looking for, then I could take that on notice.
Member for Blaine, please repeat the question for the record.
Can I please have the number of information reports to the Children's Commissioner's office that could provide the basis of an own initiative investigation for the reporting period?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Blaine for the Minister has been allocated the number 9.24. Are there any other questions on Output 5.2? Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Attorney General. So just in relation to all the independent officers, does the Minister have a formal structure to engage any commissions during the development of legislation?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Johnston. I do feel like this is repetitive because I've been very clear about the way in which legislation is formulated and then put into Parliament. And so I think I've answered that question. I mean, I could go through it again, but...
There's no need to, Minister.
It could be just a
There's
yes
just
or
so
no.
many.
No formal framework. Is that correct, Minister? Attorney General?
The formal framework that I adhere to is the one that the Territorians elected us to do on the back of our reducing crime, rebuilding the economy and restoring our lifestyle strategies.
Okay, are there any other
Thank
questions
you,
on Output
Attorney
5.2?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, we love
Gwadger.
all the independent officers, but we know there's an hour and a half left, so we're not going to ask them any questions.
That concludes consideration of Output 5.2. We will now consider, I'll just quickly ask... Okay, so the committee will now consider output 5.3, Consumer Affairs. Are there any questions? Member for Karama.
Thank you. Minister, just quickly, can you tell us what you are doing about fuel price monitoring, which I think comes under Consumer Affairs?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Karama. Okay, where to start? So the fuel prices have as really impacting Territorians and has been done like that for quite a few months now. And we have Consumer Affairs, who are our independent body who basically protects Territorians from price gouging or price across many areas. But I'll just focus in particular, because your question's around fuel, around that, because of the back of sort of some world events that have been going on, we have seen a huge increase of fuel across Australia. And because cost of living remains such a critical issue, an important issue for Territorians, we made sure that we could take steps to beef up what Consumer Affairs have been able to deliver for Territorians. So they play a really important role in monitoring that fuel pricing and protecting the price, I guess, and supporting that fair trading of fuel. So we increased our monitoring and compliance activity with the Consumer Affairs team. In fact, between July and March, we had 347 fuel compliance checks that were undertaken. A further 244 checks were actually completed in just that short sort of 3-week time frame to the 19th of April, because we knew that we had to make sure that the fuel stations were doing the right thing to make sure that Territorians weren't being gouged at the Bowser. We, of course, have put in place pieces of legislation, one of which we dusted off from a very, very long time ago, and we put that into action, and by appointing that controller of the fuel. Fuel was declared as a good that could be dealt with under that Act. We had enforcement action that we've taken, including infringement notices. There have been 2 so far where petrol stations weren't doing the right thing. So those infringements have been issued. And I just want to thank the work of the Consumer Affairs team. They are a small team. We help them ramp up to be able to do the extra compliance work. They have worked effortlessly and tirelessly to help us with the legislation as well. I get weekly reports from the Commissioner who has been keeping all of us up to date with what's going on. And I just wanted to, I really do thank you for the question, Member Karama, but I want to thank the team at Consumer Affairs as well.
Okay, are there any other questions on output 5.3?
No.
Thank you. That concludes consideration of output 5.3. The committee will now consider 5.4, the Liquor Commission. No. Are there any questions?
I have some questions from the member for Drysdale. That's all right.
Member for Blaine.
So the question is, how many licences do we have in Palmerston?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Blaine. So the Commission is not the keeper of the licences. They do the applications. So that would be best directed at the licensing NT, which is under hospitality.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me just check. Okay, so all of these questions around numbers, which would probably be under hospitality NT.
Did you want to go through them and I can just double check? Because
is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, and my next line of question would be if they've been part of Op Ventura in Palmerston and the local.
Yeah, it is sounding like it's hospitality related.
Well, the quicker we get through this, we can get onto hospitality.
Bob.
Call them out, Member for Blaine, and we can find out where they sit.
So the questions were, how many liquor licences currently in Palmerston, and then broken down by category, takeaway, hotels, restaurants.
Yeah, it's all under licensing.
Yeah, it's all licensing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll step back then.
Thank you, Member for Blaine. Are there any other questions on the Liquor Commission?
No.
That concludes output consideration of output 5.4. Committee will now call for any questions on 5.5, public guardian and trustee. That concludes output 5.5 and output group 5.
Thank you.
We will now move to output group 6,
We love you, Beth. Thank you.
NT WorkSafe.
None on number 6.
One very quick question.
Output 6.1, NT WorkSafe. Member for Cromer.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, as you know, last year there was a big hullabaloo around fireworks getting to Darwin. But I can guarantee you many Territorians want to know, have you sorted everything out for this Territory Day?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Karama, for the question. Yes, you're right. What did you call it? A hullabaloo? Last year was really stressful. I guess firstly, the NT WorkSafe team, I've got Grant with me today, and I do thank him and all the work that has been done in the last 12 months to make sure that we don't experience what we experienced last year with the fireworks. Of course, Territory Day is a huge celebration for Territorians, and last year that we had all sorts of challenges with getting through other jurisdictions. I mean, the Chief Minister even had to go and speak to the premiers of Queensland and New South Wales to get them to work with us to get those trucks through that were full of fireworks. So they did an amazing job. We did get fireworks for Territory Day last year. This year, which we started work last year, we were not going to go through the same thing. So the department and the team have worked tirelessly to ensure that we could get our fireworks through the Port of Darwin instead, through that route, instead of having to go through Earl Estates. And I'm really pleased to report that we are very close. Like the ships have arrived. They are sitting there. The different checks of security and the way that all of it works is all happening now. So we will be very close to having that signed off. And then, of course, there will be enough fireworks to celebrate Territory Day. And we're very excited by that. Thank you for the question. And thanks again to WorkSafe. Honestly, they have delivered when it comes to fireworks, which is really important. I think you guys even were a finalist in one of the awards because of the fireworks that we had. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions around output 6.1?
No.
That concludes consideration of output group 6. Thank you, Mr. Hasty. We will now consider output group 7, corporate and shared services, output 7.1, corporate and governance. Are there any questions?
No.
That concludes consideration of output group 7.1. We will now move on to consider output 7.2, shared services received. Are there any questions?
No.
That concludes consideration of output 7.2 and output group 7. This concludes
Madam
consideration
Chair, I
of...
just wanted to make sure I definitely have some answers to questions.
Oh,
on
you
that.
do? Yep.
Would you like me to go through those now?
Just make sure you call out the numbers.
Okay, so question number 9.1, which was from the member for Gwadja. This was about youth incarceration. The question was the breakdown of the number of 10, 11 and 12-year-olds who received incarceration sentences in the reporting period, and the answer to that is none. And then the next one I have an answer for was question 9. That previous one was 9.1. Yep. Got that? And then the next one was 9.11, and that was from the member for Gwadja as well, and that was about the DVO applications. The number of DVO applications in the reporting period, there were 3,208 DVO applications in the reporting period. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. This concludes consideration of all output groups relating to the Attorney-General's Department. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the officers who provided advice to the Attorney-General today. Attorney-General, did you want to quickly thank your team?
Oh, I do. I want to thank every single member of the Attorney-General's Department and all the little spin-offs from them as well. They have had a mountain of work over the last nearly 2 years, but in particular the last 12 months in this reporting period. And I just want to make sure that even though sometimes I get a little bit grumpy at things when things aren't going the way that I want them to go, it's not on you. That's just because I'm really trying to deliver hard for Territorians, and it's been a a privilege to be able to work with you, and I'm looking forward to delivering on the rest of the work that we have underway, especially under that reducing crime strategy that I've spoken about. It's really nice when you walk down the streets and people stop you and say, "Keep going." You know, like, I know you've got more to do. We don't expect you to fix everything overnight. Like, it took a long time for it to get as bad as it was. But I mean, I always say, you know, there's a lot of hard working people around the place in our public service that do a fantastic job. So thank you so much to all of you, and also, of course, all the work to get the estimates prep done. It is a mountain of work, and I know that, and I just really appreciate all those. Didn't get to answer those questions because we didn't get to those outputs in terms of going through them, but you're all very valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The committee will now move on to consider outputs relating to the Department of Tourism and Hospitality. The time is 1:40. We will take a 10-minute break just to change over, and we'll be back at 1:50. Thank you, team. Welcome back. And we are here now for the Department of Tourism and Hospitality. Attorney General, I welcome you as the Minister for Tourism and Hospitality, the Minister for Major Events, the Minister for Racing and the Minister for Parks and Wildlife, and invite you to introduce officials accompanying you and make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Tourism and Hospitality. I will give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. That sounds like that. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. I'll introduce my officials here with me today. I have Susanna Bishop, the Chief Executive Officer. I have Valerie Smith, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. And I have Mohammed Wakis, the Acting Chief Financial Officer. I have many department staff also either behind me or in the room next door, so happy to take on all those questions. Madam Chair, I am pleased to appear before the estimates today to discuss this 26-27 budget and the work being undertaken across my portfolios of the tourism and hospitality, major events, parks and wildlife and racing. This budget continues our government's focus on reducing crime, rebuilding the economy and restoring our lifestyle. Those priorities work together because when communities are safer, people travel. When businesses have confidence, they invest. When our lifestyle is strong, visitors want to experience it and more people choose to call the territory home. Tourism sits at the centre of that story. Tourism supports jobs, drives investment and helps sustain businesses right across the territory, from Darwin to Alice Springs and from our regional centres to our remote communities. To the year ending December 2025, total visitation increased by 17% and visitor expenditure increased by 35%. That means more people travelling to the territory and spending more while they are here. International visitation increased by 19% and expenditure increased by 37%. Growth was recorded from key markets including the United States, France, Japan, the United Kingdom and China. Domestic visitation also increased by 18%, the strongest growth rate of any Australian jurisdiction. This means hotel rooms filled, tours booked, restaurants were busy, businesses were employing Territorians. And importantly, confidence has been returning to the visitor economy, with many operators reporting stronger forward bookings and growing optimism about the future ahead. Our government launched the Visitor Economy Strategy 2032. The strategy is an economic growth strategy for the Northern Territory and more than a tourism document. It sets a clear target to grow the visitor economy to $3 billion by 2032, attract 1.7 million visitor trips and support around 6,000 additional jobs across the Territory. Importantly, it provides a long-term roadmap developed alongside industry, regional tourism organisations and key stakeholders. The strategy is already guiding our work on aviation development along with the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations under my colleague, the Minister Carl's leadership. The strategy also guides our major events, destination marketing, tourism infrastructure, workforce development and investment attraction. It provides the certainty industry have been calling for and a shared plan for growing the visitor economy over the next decade. We also know that growing visitation relies on access, and that is why our government continues to advocate and work closely with the Commonwealth and Parks Australia to support improved access to Kakadu. Kakadu remains one of Australia's most iconic tourism destinations and one of the Territory's most important tourism assets. Restoring certainty around access is critical for local operators, visitors and the broader top-end visitor economy. We will continue advocating for practical solutions that support tourism while respecting cultural and environmental values. We are focused on growing new visitor markets. Earlier this year, we launched our military tourism initiative, recognising the Northern Territory's unique role in Australia's military history. From the bombing of Darwin through to the modern defence presence across Northern Australia, the Territory has stories and unique experiences like pitch black that cannot be experienced anywhere else in the country. Through new partnerships, marketing initiatives, and our AI-powered military tourism planner, we are creating new reasons for visitors to travel throughout the Territory and stay longer. However, I recognise that tourism conditions remain challenging in the light of the current headwinds. There is no question that global uncertainty has affected travel behaviour for this season. Fuel prices remain higher and impact every part of daily life. Our extended flooding has taken its toll on businesses, infrastructure and roads, and many communities are still in recovery phase. Consumer confidence is mixed and travel patterns continue to evolve on a daily basis. But the Territory is increasing relevance in both domestic and international markets. That is why we are now undertaking the first comprehensive review of the Territory's tourism brand positioning in almost a decade. This is about making sure we continue to attract the right visitors and position the Territory strongly for the future. And it's not just about changing a logo, Chair, because we know that travellers from 10 years ago are different from travellers of today. It is about ensuring the Territory's story evolves to remain relevant, compelling and competitive in an increasingly crowded global marketplace. A strong visitor economy relies on strong assets, and nowhere is that more important than our parks and reserves. For too long, investment in parks infrastructure failed to keep pace with visitor experiences and expectations and the needs of our tourism operators. This budget addresses that. We have committed $10 million to upgrade parks infrastructure across the Territory. This includes improvements to visitor facilities, walking trails, campgrounds, signage, access roads, and recreational infrastructure. We have also committed an additional ongoing $5 million annually to strengthen the operations of the Parks and Wildlife Commission. That funding provides certainty. For too long, this agency has operated without funding certainty. It supports our rangers, it ensures our parks remain open, safe and accessible for Territorians and visitors to enjoy. A key example is the Silkwood acquisition. Our government has purchased 30,000 hectares adjoining Litchfield National Park. This represents the largest expansion of recreational land opportunities in more than 2 decades. We did this because it secures future opportunities for camping, four-wheel driving, fishing, hiking and hunting. And most importantly, it protects the Territory lifestyle and provides new opportunities for tourism and recreation. We're also continuing to develop new tourism experiences across regional and remote areas. One exciting opportunity is dark sky tourism. The Barkly region offers some of the clearest night skies anywhere in the world. We're working with industry and local stakeholders to better position the Territory as a world-class destination for stargazing, astrophotography and night sky experiences. This is also in the lead up to the total solar eclipse that will sweep directly over the Barkly region on the 22nd of July 2028. This creates opportunities for regional communities while diversifying our visitor offering. We are also continuing to strengthen crocodile management. And today I announced the new headquarters secured for the crocodile management team in Palmerston. Additional rangers have also been employed and new equipment, including new traps, has been deployed. Our teams continue their important work keeping Territorians and visitors safe while managing one of the world's largest crocodile populations. Events remain one of the most powerful drivers of visitation and economic activity. Events bring visitors, they fill hotel rooms, they support local businesses, and they showcase the Territory to the nation and to the world. Independent analysis of events delivered and funded by major events during 2024-25 shows more than $210 million in economic stimulus, which is more than 560,000 visitor nights and over 1,100 jobs supported across the Territory. This year is also shaping as one of the biggest events years in history. Parchima delivered record attendance in Alice Springs, including the second biggest opening night in the festival's history and more than 22,500 visitors overall. The Dolphins attracted a sellout crowd of 2,500 in Darwin for their first official home game. Around 2,500 attendees travelled into our town from interstate, contributing directly to our economy. Bass in the Grass continues to demonstrate its strength as the Territory's largest music festival, despite many music festivals across Australia facing significant challenges. The Finke Desert Race again captured national attention for the 50th anniversary. This week, we will welcome the Bet-R Darwin Triple Crown Supercars and at Hedden Valley, bigger and better than last year, with new exciting activations like the monster trucks. The Territory is also continuing to strengthen its reputation as a screen production destination. Major screen productions such as Kangaroo the Movie, Top End Bub and Deadlock have also allowed us to share the NT stories with the world. Working with Studio Canal, the producers of Kangaroo, we were able to secure 35 pieces of global media coverage highlighting the Red Centre's epic outback landscape and vibrant community. Kangaroo has been an absolute winner, injecting $4.3 million of Northern Territory spend into the economy across employment and goods and services. The film itself attained #1 spot in 2025 as the highest grossing film at the Australian box office, generating over $5.5 million in cinema revenue. Kangaroo is also the highest grossing Australian film in Germany in 25 years. Our landscapes, our people and our stories continue to attract national and international productions. Screen production not only creates local jobs and opportunities, it also provides long-term tourism benefits by putting Territory locations in front of global audiences. This week, I announced that 3 baby bilbies have emerged from their mothers' pouches at the Alice Springs Desert Park. This offers a rare chance to see one of Australia's most iconic threatened species in their infancy up close. So whether it's a bilby in Central Australia or a crocodile in the Top End or a kangaroo on the big screen, these are experiences and stories that strengthen the Territory brand and encourage people to visit. Looking ahead, the Territory will host Test cricket, international Test cricket I might add, for the first time in 22 years when Australia takes on Bangladesh in Darwin this August. Tickets are now on sale and this event will place Darwin firmly on the national sporting calendar. We're also preparing for the return of the MXGP, the Alice Springs Masters Games, Red Centre Nats, and many, many other major events across the Territory. Along with that, our latest event funding program round saw $1.5 million allocated to more than 25 more events secured for our famous events calendar, including several new elements in Darwin Mindle Beach Go Slow Picnic Race, NT Games Showcase and the Sister Cities Cup, adding fresh experiences for locals and visitors. These events support our local jobs, local businesses and local communities. They strengthen our regions and they're all part of our unique lifestyle and they will help tell the Territory story. Finally, I want to acknowledge all of the staff across Tourism and Events NT, the Parks and Wildlife Commission, Licensing NT, the Darwin Waterfront Corporation and all of those who support the delivery of these portfolios. Their work contributes directly to jobs, economic growth and the Territory lifestyle. And our focus is about growth, certainty and security. It backs what grows our economy. It invests in what keeps the Territory so unique. It supports local jobs. It strengthens our visitor economy and it helps ensure the Territory remains the best place to live, work, visit and invest. And I am happy to take questions.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the opening statement? Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what was the total budget for Tourism NT prior to the merger with NT Major Events?
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify that would have been a question for last year's estimates because it's not in this
Outside the
reporting period.
reporting period.
I just
Member
want to
for
check,
Nycliffe, it was outside the reporting period. The minister won't have that information available.
just to check through the chair, the merger occurred in 25-26 financial year?
Minister, have you got the date of the merger?
It's the questions that were related to last year, so that's not part of this budget process.
So, through the chair, I believe the reporting period is 1 July 2025 to 31 March 2026. The two organisations must have both had a budget at that point in time prior to the merger.
Okay, thank you. So just for clarification, because Major Events was merged and changed part through the year, we don't have the old data for that.
So you don't have the data for the two organisations prior to merger. Can you take it on notice?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Member for Nycliffe, can we take that on notice so we can get you the right data for the right years that you're referring to?
Thank
Member
you,
for
Minister.
Nycliffe, can you please repeat the question for the record?
Minister, what was the total budget for Tourism NT and NT Major Events, the two separate organisations, prior to merger?
Minister, do you accept the question?
Yes.
The question asked of the member for Nycliffe to the minister has been allocated the number 9.25. Member for Nycliffe.
Thank you, Chair. With the revised budget with the merged entity, can you please provide a breakdown of tourism, events and screen that compile the current budget?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nycliffe. I'm just looking at the different elements of that. So the for tourism industry development, the budget is 21,979,000 for, oh, sorry, that's last year.
Happy to take last year and next financial year.
And I'll just go to the next one for you.
Which includes screen.
So for destination marketing, which includes screen, is 35,406,000. Thank you. And for events, it is 42.308 million.
Just before you continue, Member for Nycliffe, I'd just like to welcome to the gallery participants in the Public Sector Governance Program. Welcome to Estimates today. Thank you. Sorry, continue, Member for Nycliffe.
No worries. No, thank you, Chair. So that's the 99 million there. Is that right, Minister? The sum of those, the revised 25-26 that's just been read out?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nycliffe. Sorry, they're in little different sections within my folder, so I'm just getting the calculations done for you to make sure it's there.
Okay.
It's not in the nice, neat format that you're asking in. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. The answer is yes.
Thank you. So that's the 25-26. Can we also just get a breakout of the 35 million for the destination marketing and screen? Can we get a breakout of what the screen budget is for that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So it's all part of the one budget item, and so I don't have the breakdown here because, like for example, because we're all together now under the one portfolio and department, we're doing things like not in silos anymore. It's kind of all together, and so if there's a marketing activity that's happening. Then screens involved in that as well. So in the same way that other departments, other areas of the department are as well. So I don't have that. Oh, I do. I can give you what covers sort of both areas in a breakdown of some areas, but not specifically of. Is that for? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, the advice I was getting was it's all been absorbed and together. It's not separate anymore.
Member for Nightcliff, we just have the follow-up question from the member for Cromer.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on from the member for Nightcliff talking about the merger between events and tourism. Minister, what are the actual benefits of that merger?
Chair, I think this is a different line of questioning.
You did mention the merger, so it is a follow-on question from that. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for Karama. Yes, so it's been a big project in terms of the merger of the two entities, if you like. But it was one of the things that we wanted to do to make sure that we could create a more mature tourism and events industry, if you like, for the Northern Territory. Besides the fact that we're now not operating in silos and we can actually leverage the resources we have further so that we can promote and make sure that everything's aligned. There's also employment cost savings as well, estimated at about $2.58 million that were achieved through that integration. $2.58 million estimated cost savings that were achieved. What we had is incredible staff around that were in the tourism NT, the old department, and we had incredible staff that were in major events. And through the process and natural attrition and coming together, we were able to save that amount of money. And the people we have now in that area are phenomenal. Like the work that they have done over the last nearly couple of years has just been, it's a real credit to them, because if you think about your life day to day as an employee of any organisation, you're doing your things and you're going about it, but then to say, well, now we're going to change everything, bring it together. We want you to do the same amount of work, but work together, and it's slightly different. It's a credit to them to be able to take on that change, the change management that was needed to make that happen through the executive has been incredible. So there were no job losses. I would like to put that on the record beyond the CEO and the board, which was a separate piece of work. Of course, there's that design efficiency, which is basically leveraging the dollars we had. There was a combined estimated savings when you had two boards operating two different organisations, which we then changed into an advisory board, which had all of the different skill sets in a matrix, if you like, of the people who are on that board. An amazing group who come together to advise me on anything that I ask them to or that they would like to share with me. And that was a saving of approximately $395,165 per year. So that's, again, a saving, but also it's that alignment. So instead of major events making decisions that were impacting major events and tourism making decisions that would it would impact tourism. We have them working together now. There was also some other savings through software as well of $147,000, $510. So 147,510. And, compared to some other costs the government had that might not seem like a lot, but I can tell you every dollar counts when you're in the fiscal position that we have been in, we inherited. So I think the total quantified cost savings, which is only part of the whole benefit to do with the integration, was $3.123 million. So in of itself, when it comes to being cost effective, it's delivered. But of course, the most important part is having those two teams now together, operating under the one roof, working together. I mean, the things that you can leverage to ensure that a major event is now being promoted across the leisure market is it's untold. As an example of that, for the first time this year, the Top End Tourism is actually advertising our events, and you can book tickets through Top End Tourism. Like, you could never do that before. It was just never thought of, and no one had implemented it, even if it was an idea. And so we have done that, and it's a really big thing. More ticket sales, making it easier for people when they stop at the visitor information centre. They can see the supercars are on this weekend, and they can go and buy a ticket. And I think that's another really good example of why this integration creates that really mature model for the territory. We're kind of grown up now. We're known around the world for all the right reasons, instead of a lot of the negative attention we were getting for a lot of years. But I guess, like I say with everything, there's still so much more work to be done. But I'm really proud of the department and the work that has been done so far.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Nycliffe.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just in terms of that destination marketing and the screen production, perhaps then could you identify the grant component of that $35 million for the current financial year?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nycliffe. So under destination marketing, which also includes screen, like you've alluded to, I can share that the grants awarded was in 25-26 was 7.378 million, and that's unchanged from previous years.
Thank you, Minister. Can we get that same breakdown for the 26-27 budget for the tourism, destination marketing and events?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nycliffe. So in the budget for I should add the 25-26 expenditure to March 31 for the grants is 3.774 million, and the budget is for 26-27 is 6.962 million.
Member for Nycliffe.
That was it?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I was looking for the breakdown of those three headline categories. So before you gave me 42 million, 35, 21, that adds up to the 99. I'm looking for the numbers that add up to the 103. Sorry,
so I just gave you destination marketing, but you're also after the other ones? Is
yes,
that right?
those same three. Yes,
Okay.
please.
So industry development for okay, now I'm with you.
Yep, that's good. All good.
So industry development. So I've given you destination marketing, industry development. I'll give you next, and then I'll have the events. I believe was the third one shortly. So the 2025-26 25-26 the grants for industry development was 10.470 million. For the expenditure to the 31st of March 26 is 6.621 million. And for the budget 26-27, it's 9.349 million. And for events, I have. Oh, okay, yes. For the grants for events, I have.
Sorry, just talking globally, Minister. Not for grants, just the breakdown of the 103 million across the three main categories.
Oh, I thought you asked for the grants. No.
No, we moved on from the grants. This is just the. Sorry, so the 42, the 35, the 21 that add up to the 99. That was the 25-26 revised. We're just trying to get those same figures for 26-27. Gotcha.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So the 26-27 budget, I think I gave you before. Yes, where's the industry development for that budget is 19.127 million industry development. For destination marketing is 33.596 million, and for events is 4.723. Oh no, that's not right. Sorry, wrong one. 52.664 million. I was still on grants. So, did you get that? 52.664 million for events.
Yeah. Okay. So there's been a reduction in the destination marketing and a reduction in the tourism industry and an increase in events for next financial year.
Yeah. So part of what I was explaining before about bringing them all together, it means that we can actually use that money that we've got to do more things across all of those areas. So they all interconnect in a really great way to be able to make the most of the money we have.
Okay, so there's been no cuts for the screen grants.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So with screen territory, there's been no change to the way in which those allocations happen. There will be an application process for grants into the coming future time frame, and we'll go through that process.
Okay, so the base level funding for the screen grants will be unchanged in 26-27.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So that whole program remains the same.
So they'll remain the 7.378 that it was for 25-26.
That figure you relate to is for the total of marketing, not just for screen, because now it's sort of all together.
Okay, so can you give me the screen grants for 25-26 and the screen grants for 26-27?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. Going back to my earlier point, we don't break it down for screen grants in a total amount because screen sits across all of the different budget outputs, if you like, for tourism, events and screen. Like it's all under one now.
So you can't give a breakdown just for the screen grants?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So it's a bucket of money, like a source of money, and then you access that money when it's needed for the different activities, including the grants.
Okay, so from year to year, the tourism grants could go up, screen grants could go down, depending on who applies and who accesses from that central pool.
It just, you hit the nail on the head. It's about the application process for that.
Okay. So moving on with aviation attraction, is there a budget specifically for aviation attraction within this budget?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. The aviation portfolio sits within the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, so the questions for that could be directed to the Minister for Trade, Business, Asian Relations.
Okay, so none of it sits with you.
The aviation portfolio sits squarely in the Trade, Business and Asian Relations.
I'm asking about the funding, though. Does the funding sit with you?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So, just for clarity, the aviation portfolio definitely sits with a different area, so they could be directed to them. But I've been advised that the Department of Trade, Business and Asian Relations, through their systems, provides $3 million to the Department of Tourism and Hospitality to do cooperative marketing through the different channels that are available to us to help support the aviation industry.
Okay, thank you, Minister. In the budget papers, it noted there was that $11 million increase from the 25-26 budget to the revised from $88 million to $99 million. Can you explain how much of that was attributed to the NT Major Events Corporation coming in, how much was to aviation attraction marketing, and how much was to department realignment? They were the three aspects in the notes of the budget papers. Just looking for a breakdown of that $11 million.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So the $3 million is for that aviation support, that cooperative marketing, and the vast majority is for the merger of tourism NT, tourism and events NT, and major events.
Okay, so you can't give a breakdown between those final two categories?
The vast majority of all of that funding is the merger of NTMEC.
Okay. So, Minister, the budget's only increased by $11 million with the merging of NT major events. Given the budget was well above that in prior years, where did the rest of that funding go?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Member for Nightcliff. I'll just hand over to Susanna Bishop, the Chief Executive Officer, because it's a myth and it needs to be broken down, because it is there's been a lot of moving parts in the Tourism and Events NT department with the merging of all of the different areas, but also NT major events.
Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna Bishop, Chief Executive Officer, Department of Tourism and Hospitality. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. The merger of Tourism and Events NT is started through the change of the Act and the movement of the staff in November, and the movement of the budgets is still occurring. So the event budget, and we're getting clarification, was in the vicinity of $40,000 prior to coming into the department.
Sorry, 40,000?
Sorry, 40 million prior to coming into the department. If anything, that amount is increasing, and we'll give you the exact numbers, but the integration has not disadvantaged the amount of budget of major events. If anything, we're moving into a greater amount of budget. But we won't have clarity throughout this year because there's so many different parts moving. And whilst the company is being deregistered and there's still a board in place, there's an element of budget that needs to remain with the organisation to be able to close any accounts. So we will be able to have more clarity of exactly what moved and how towards the end of this financial year.
Okay, thank you, CEO. So with that 40 million, so by deduction, is there 30 million still sitting with that holding company, basically?
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. Through the Chair, I'll hand over to Susanna Bishop, Chief Executive Officer, to explain how that money all works.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. So that money is, so some of those line items have moved with staff and some of those activities, but not everything yet. So it's not a very straightforward number at the moment. Some of the procurement has moved to the department, some of the procurement that was initiated stayed. So we won't have a reconciliation of exactly the amount until the end of the financial year. But we know for a fact that there's been no reduction on the budgets and the ability for the teams to continue to purchase for all the events that they are responsible for.
I see. Thank you. So is that funding reported somewhere else or another output group, or where's
So
that
major
reported?
events funding is reported through an annual report. So you would find the annual report outside of this process up to the last financial year. So for this financial year, towards the end of this financial year, that would be a report of what remained with the major events company, and then the rest would be reflected in the department annual report as well.
Okay, so for in terms of the operation, while a lot of the operations that come into the new organisation,
Correct.
major events as an entity still exists.
It still exists.
Right.
I think it started the process of deregistration last week.
Okay, thank you. Minister, so how will you judge the success of the merger? What are your KPIs?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. And you heard in my opening statement that we have a visitor economy strategy now for 2032, which I launched earlier in the year in Alice Springs, which was fantastic at the Desert Park where those bilbies have just been born. And that is what we are doing everything around, like everything we do in tourism, hospitality, parks and wildlife, and major events are all based around the visitor economy strategy. There's also the goal in there of that $3 billion economy and the increase in visitation as well. And so that will be the measure of success when we achieve those numbers.
Thank you, Minister. That flows into my next question about the visitor economy strategy. Minister, what funding is in the 26-27 budget for your 7 action plans in the visitor economy strategy?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the member for Nightcliff for the question. So our visitor economy strategy is the basis of everything that we do across all of the various portfolios, and now that's all sits with one minister, and the department is mostly all under one. In fact, I think it all is now. We have Susanna Bishop that heads up all of it, and one of those big areas that is really important that had been neglected for a long time as an amazing asset is our parks. And so you would see in the budget that the parks are receiving a $10 million increase, which is much needed because we need to have it conserved, of course, which requires people, rangers, to be doing that work, but it also needs a tourism lens on it as well, so that people can go and visit our parks to have that access. And so that's part of it. There's everything we do and everything we spend, every dollar used that is part of the budget will be on the visitor economy strategy, and it's that goal of that $3 billion. And so I might hand over to Susanna Bishop to explain a little bit in more detail around how that all works. Thank you.
Susanna Bishop, thanks, Member for Nightcliff. When we put together the visitor economy strategy, we've made sure to sit down and collaborate with all of the different elements that enable benefits for the visitor economy and tourism. So whilst we see our department heavily focus on destination marketing and support to increase a lot of the products through our industry development programs, there are elements like infrastructure, road, aviation. So we've put a lot of work to align KPIs that we can hyper-coordinate through this process. And we've looked at specifically Objective 1 and 2 of the Visit Economy. Objective 1, which is about perception, and it's very much in the element of destination marketing. The KPI and obviously the big piece of work is the rebrand. Number 2 being experience is about all the great value proposition the territory has to offer and aligning a lot of our grants and a lot of our programs to support development of adventure, Aboriginal culture, fishing, a lot of those military tourism, a lot of those other elements through grants and industrial development capability increase. So we're measuring also the delivery of those grants as ways to see that we're moving the needle. And then we have collaboration with other departments to make sure that priority roads for visitation, are being accessed through Department of Infrastructure activities and plan, which we're now part of their strategy. And we are also working really hard around developing opportunities in parks, and then we're using the new funding that came to support the visit economy through parks for the capital investment, but as well as operationally, so that we have more rangers out making sure the facilities are parks. And we'll use the framework of the visit economy to ensure that we're looking at that. Events is also a big part of their experience. So we have a very specific lineup of strategic events throughout our calendar so that we can measure the visitation growth, which we often do when events are on, to continue to support the visit economy.
So, Minister, no specific funding against each of the 7 plans?
So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. And as you heard the Chief Executive Officer outline, everything that is being done is around the visitor economy strategy and the budget that funds that. But what I will do to that specific question is pass on to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Valerie Smith, to provide some further detail around the visitor economy strategy.
Thank you. Valerie Smith, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Department of Tourism and Hospitality. So there are some additional line items which have come into the budget which will support that visitor economy strategy. The Minister's already spoken about the $10 million additional for parks infrastructure, which has come in over 2 years. There's an additional $5 million going to support the ongoing operations of Parks and Wildlife Commission of the NT. So the vast majority of that will go towards ensuring that we have enough rangers out and about to support the great work in our parks and reserves across the territory.
So is that new money, the 5
So that's additional $5 million new money ongoing, which is really important to help support, I guess, that base budget funding. We've got an additional focus in the teams in opening up new visitor experiences and products across the territory. So that includes $3 million of funding for the NT Experiences Fund, which helps support tourism operators to develop new or improve existing products. We've got an ongoing program with the Australian Government around the Strategic Indigenous Tourism Program, which will help, again, to develop new Indigenous tourism experiences across the territory. And we were also very fortunate in receiving some additional new money in the events space. So $4.8 million for some new major event acquisitions around the AFL, the NRL and international cricket, which will be played later this year.
Great, thank you for those updates. Would it be possible to take on notice the actual allocation to each of the 7 plans, Minister?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. I've been through how that all works. The Chief Executive Officer's been through how that all works. The Deputy Chief Executive Officer has been through how that works. So you want me to get that all written down in a question on notice to come back to you?
We've heard about specific initiatives, but we haven't heard what the dollar amount is for each of the 7 plans.
Did you want us to go through those dollar amounts again that were just described?
So they were specific initiatives, which I can sort of see how they align, but for each of the 7 plans, keen to get a breakdown.
Member for Nightcliff, I feel like the Minister has advised that it's grouped together and it's not broken down into those 7 plans. So
that's what I'm asking for, yes.
That she's already given that answer. I'm just wondering if you need that again.
We haven't had an answer to each of the 7 plans, Chair.
Minister, you have something different to say?
Thank you. Just for clarity, it's 5 in the visitor economy strategy. But I
Does
do
include
feel,
the
I
top
mean,
end in Central
if
Australia.
we can take that on notice, but I guess I just want to preface it with, for when that answer is collected, that it may sound very similar to what you're already hearing and what's already in our budget papers, because it is
That's
all
okay.
together now. So it's all one agency and portfolio working simultaneously together. So it may just, I'm just prefacing, it may sound familiar.
That's fine. Thank you, Minister.
Could you repeat the question for the record?
Yes, Chair. Minister, can you detail what the specific budget is allocated in 26-27 to each of the 7 action plans?
Minister, do you accept the question
yes.
for the 5 action plans?
So you don't count the top end in Central Australia as separate plans?
They are incorporated.
Yeah, that's right. Is that another question?
No, I don't think so. The question asked of the member for Nightcliff for the minister has been allocated the number 9.26. Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking up on the discussion about KPIs earlier, can you detail what the specific KPIs are for each of those plans for the 2028 key priorities?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. I'll ask Valerie Smith, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer, to go over those for the committee. And then if there's anything further to add, we'll have a look at what that might be.
Thank you.
Valerie Smith, Deputy Chief Executive Officer. So the Visitor Economy Strategy is an integrated plan. It outlines a framework of action across the department. As the Minister's spoken about, we're quite integrated and people generally don't work in, we don't have a siloed approach. So one particular action you take may well touch several parts of that plan. The plan itself outlines a set of KPIs which will be achieved, and you'll note as you read the budget paper that they're linked back to the KPIs in the budget paper also. So as we go through and monitor those on an ongoing basis, and most of those are followed quarterly, we'll be able to track progress against those KPIs, and overall achievement of that strategy will be based on whether we achieve the KPI targets which are outlined within it.
So sorry, we're talking about the KPIs in the budget papers or KPIs in the strategy?
So the KPIs from the Visitor Economy Strategy are also the tourism KPIs in the budget paper.
Okay, so for each of those key priorities listed against the strategy, you know, if you have a key priorities like identify and prioritise the audiences most likely to drive sustainable visitor growth, there won't be a specific KPI that sits behind each of those key priorities.
Internally, there are, and they're monitored at an internal department level. So we know if we're achieving, but ultimately we'll need to achieve all of those subsets, and the progress will be achieved based on those aggregated ones at the bottom, based on visitor targets and expenditure levels.
So,
and I'll just add something there. Susanna Bishop, the Chief Executive Officer, also would like to contribute to that answer as well.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. We have, because it took us 6 months of consultation with not only industry but other departments that enable tourism outcomes, we tap into several different strategies that have already outlined KPIs and outcomes. So, for example, the Department of Infrastructure will have their own strategy that outlines the importance of tourism and the priority for roads and that lead to visitation areas. It was an exercise of hyper-coordination. It's all documented. We not only did the consultation to understand where those strategies already exist, like the Aboriginal tourism cultural strategy is a strong strategy, already has KPIs. All of them feed into the visitor economy strategy, not so we would double up, but that we would create better coordination. We fed back all those outcomes and how we structure that to the tourism industry. And we've also launched that material, which is also available through our website. And it's quite detailed and will continue to come, every year to outline what those KPIs have delivered and where we are in the journey of delivering those activities. Thank you.
So I understand there's only 4 KPIs in the budget paper. So is this whole strategy going to be evaluated just on those 4 KPIs?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. The whole strategy's success and measure of success is the $3 billion visitor economy strategy. That's really important. But I might actually ask if Rachel Telford, the Executive Director, who was part of that visitor economy strategy preparation, can add some contributions to this about specifically what you're saying with how the KPI matches with the KPIs of the entire department. So Rachel Telford's the Executive Director of Industry Development, and I'll hand over to her to add some answers to help answer your question.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. Rachel Telford, Executive Director of Industry Development, Department of Tourism and Hospitality. So the visitor economy strategy, basically it does have, it's got 5 objectives and 2 action plans. We've worked really collaboratively across all departments, but also industry. So when it comes to those 2 regional action plans, we're working with Tourism Central Australia and Tourism Top End specifically, and the regional cohorts involved in those particular regions. As the CEO and Minister have mentioned, we have, as much as possible, enshrined other items of measures and KPIs, which we are monitoring. So by way of example, Datiba, that have the aviation portfolio, we worked really closely on a projection of how many seats for aviation seats would be required in order to meet the demand objective of the 3 billion visitor economy. When it comes to accommodation, we've also got a supply side estimate of how many accommodation rooms are required to meet the objective that we've set out. And those sorts of things we're monitoring. We aim to publish annually how we're tracking against the progress. We have enshrined in the budget papers. What we've done is look at, and you asked specifically to the time horizon of 2028 and then the time horizon to 2032. What we've done is look at what the targets are to the different time horizons and then break those down into the annual KPIs. On the 24th of June, we'll receive the latest tourism visitor statistics. That gives us the best opportunity to monitor how we're tracking, and we publish, or that information's published quarterly. And at an internal level from our department, I can assure you that every part of our agency, so when we break down into events, destination marketing and industry development, we've all got actions and outcomes that we've been charged with, I guess, within the plan to ensure that that framework, we're all accountable, and it comes down to a performance basis as well for individuals within the organisation. And to give you an example, from the destination marketing perspective, you asked about the specific audiences. We do obviously look at what the target audiences are. We've set our own KPI in terms of the growth against the segments, and then we'll be tracking that ourselves to make sure that we get that return on investment for our marketing dollars. So it is quite a complex framework. Not all of it we own the output or the outcome, but we're working as much as we can, particularly in those first 2 objectives where we do own the majority of the actions to achieve the KPIs, and then across the others, working in partnership with other parts of government and industry.
So, Minister, could we chair the KPIs that are directly relevant to the strategy? We mentioned there was some internal KPIs that are directly linked to the strategy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. We have some further detail about that we can read out about the KPIs. I'll hand over to Susanna Bishop, Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. As I've mentioned, there's a published material that will outline those KPIs. But when we look at perception, for instance, the first one, it's a strong, distinctive territory brand that increases preference and drives demand in priority markets. Compelling storytelling that inspires people to visit and turns interest into bookings. Events that grow high value year-round visitation, territory profile, encourage visitors to explore more of the territory. Those would then be broken down, let's say, in events. All those events will have KPI for visitation, net promoter score, the type of event, the compelling storytelling. They will break down into the types of campaigns and activities to reach market growth. The distinctive brand breaks down into the new strategy, the rebrand that we're doing, and that's just on the first one. The second one, in experience, it's a broader and more diverse range of experiences, creating connected itineraries that encourage visitors to stay longer. Aboriginal tourism thrives, led by traditional owners and majority Aboriginal-owned businesses, offering deeper cultural experiences for visitors. The strong visitor satisfaction with consistently high rating across tours, events, accommodation, attractions, business events and hospitality. Again, that would then be broken down into the different programs and activities. So the NT Experience Fund is one of the programs that contributes investment into those areas that we want to grow in the NT. Aboriginal Tourism Program has a series of sub-programs that support upskilling, development of business plans, education, a new product in tourism into the market. We've also have industry development programs, which are business development and support tourism products on their journey of becoming export ready. We then continue into people and workforce, where it's a skilled and stable tourism workforce with more people working in the sector, fewer vacancies and stronger year-round employment. Industry capability grows with more businesses participation, training, upskilling, digital programs to improve service quality operations. Aboriginal participation increases with more Aboriginal employees, trainees, Aboriginal-owned tourism businesses. Those, again, would break down into the programs that exist within the department. Some would be in the Aboriginal Tourism Program, some would be into the Business Development Program in industry development, but also collaboration with other workforce agencies and activities. We've already this year had a series of workshops to coordinate outcomes and make sure that we also include their KPIs into the wider program. Infrastructure and investment. Tourism infrastructure supports year-round visitation. It strengthens regional capacity, improves event readiness. Visitor and residents enjoy better experiences with higher satisfaction driven by quality, accessibility and amenity. Private investment grows, supported by co-investment that expands accommodation, precinct and nature-based assets. Those not only will go back to a lot of the activities and programs in industry development, but also in activities that we're doing, as for example, with the Trade Investment Department, Investment NT Summit, a lot of the work that we do to bring new investment to the territory, new hotels, new walking companies and activities. Would you like me to continue into the other ones? Or I can... Yep. So after access and connectivity, success looks like air access grows with stable year-round service, connecting to territory to key markets and destinations. Improved dry route support seamless. touring with safer and more reliable travel across the territory. A stronger digital connectivity allows visitors to business to stay connected across the territory. This connects to work in partnership with the Department of Corporate Services, where they're putting different accessibility connectivity in areas of tourism visitation. Also, the work that we do with the Department of Trade and Aviation, selection of the different routes, investment into campaigns where we provide discount in aviation to support not only the shoulder periods but also the high visitation periods.
Great, thank you.
I just wanted to remind that we've got 5 minutes left of this
one last
session,
question.
so just use your time wisely.
Thank you. Minister, can you guarantee there'll be AFL football played in Darwin and Alice Springs next year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for Nightcliff for this question, because in the Territory we love our AFL.
We do.
We really do. And, that's me. And I can let you know that there has been $9 million allocated in the budget for AFL games, which is amazing. And of course, we had we've just recently come off the back of the games with the Suns in Darwin, which was phenomenal. And we know that it's not just about the hype of having AFL in the Northern Territory, but it brings people together. And the Suns got out and spent time with all of our schools, and they were in the community doing sign-ons and training sessions, and it's fantastic that they have really embraced the Territory the way that they have. And I was at both of those games, and thank you to AFLNT and the work that they have done. They're pretty good at lobbying the Northern Territory government. They do a good job, and we have a good, strong working relationship with them, and I look forward to continuing those conversations.
Through the Chair, we're particularly interested in guaranteeing if there's going to be AFL football next year.
Yeah, well, with the $9 million over the next 3 years, that's the cost of the games, and so therefore those negotiations with AFL themselves, that's the national body, not the local body, is where those discussions occur, and we are going through that process to because basically we don't negotiate with the teams themselves, and once the contract is finished, then it becomes a negotiation with AFL as to the teams that they want to put forward to the Northern Territory government for those that want to play in the Northern Territory. And so it's great for Territorians. We've got our local players who have, starred front and centre when they have played here in the Northern Territory. Stars like Ben Long and Daniel Rioli and Joel Jeffrey. I mean, of course, watching them play in front of all their friends and families is pretty special. It's really special. And so AFL to us is very special. We won't have Melbourne Demons back in Alice Springs. They did play their last game, which, we were really grateful for the work that the Demons did in Alice Springs. That was a contract that has ended, and it's been coming for that whole time. But we are negotiating with AFL that we will have games in Alice Springs and games in Darwin as well, because it is really important that we give Territorians our beautiful and unique lifestyle. Sport is a really strong part of that. I mean, you only have to look at the participation rates of not only local footy that we have here and local sports like cricket. I think one of the it wasn't Palmerston, it was Southern Districts Cricket Club as an example of sport in the Territory. They're like the fastest growing cricket club that we have in the nation, which is incredible. And so it's huge. And I don't want to forget about our women as well, because we also have AFLW that comes to Darwin. And so
will they be part of that deal?
So we're going to that game will be coming up as well, which is really exciting. It'll be coming to Darwin in August, and so it's really great to be able to have the women. I mean, the girls that play Aussie rules in the Northern Territory has absolutely exploded over the last couple of years. I mean, our own member for Fanny Bay, the chair, Laurie CEO, I don't think you'll mind me saying that you played in the AFL's Masters. I mean, that's incredible to be able to do that. But it goes to the point of how much Territorians love their AFL, and the girls are coming up through the ranks. I mean, I'm out at the clubs locally myself, looking at all the juniors running around, and there are a lot of girls playing a lot of sport, which I think is amazing. So to have AFLW to be part of that whole arrangement is fantastic. So I think, like I said, we're committed to ensuring those sporting events are happening, that AFL is happening, getting the women AFLW on board as well is really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We have hit 3 o'clock. I just wanted to say thank you to the Department of Tourism and Hospitality for being here today. We have concluded consideration of behalf of the committee. I would like to thank the Minister for appearing and the agency officers who have provided that information today. Sorry, I've lost my... I got that. Yep. Sorry, just trying to finish off on tourism, but this one's gone straight to territorial artefact. The committee will now take a short break and resume at 3:30 with questions of the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. Minister, would you like to thank your staff?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to my entire Department of Tourism and Hospitality, Parks and Wildlife, which we didn't get to. There's amazing things going on in our parks. And, of course, we did talk about major events, and licensing's also here that we didn't get to as well. Sorry, Member Blaney, you'll have to look at those questions another time. But I have an incredible department, and they do amazing work, and I'm very grateful because there's a lot of really cool things that happen in the Northern Territory to be able to restore our beautiful lifestyle, and I get to be a part of all of that with this amazing team that are not only here with us but also back in their offices and out and about as well, grinding it out all of the time, and they really do an amazing job. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the Public Sector Governance Program as well, for those guys that came in to listen to our exciting estimates. Thanks.
Hey, I was exciting.